All right. Thanks for joining us for the Faded Session 68.
Woohoo.
Ooh.
Dang, 2 more to the big 7-0.
2 more big 7-0 that we
One
feel
more
really
from
old.
the funny number.
Okay.
Well,
Mhm.
So we are going to start with the plan of Ukon. And all of you. You know, you had your opinions in the pattern. So, all right. So the first part of this is that Ukar was going to do this with or without you. This was going to be their plan to infiltrate this particular ship, which is owned and operated by the Denkosh. The Denkosh are a mining guild that is based in Painleen. They run that town, or they have a big part in that town, and then they have numerous amounts of plots of land that they own, and they operate mines out of them. We go all the way back to Pelu Riza of the Harak Mining Company, right? That mining company was previously owned by an outfit from Clan Alderfist that was looking for riches and jewels and gems, and then it was abandoned. You better believe that the Denkosh were bid into what Pelu was bidding as well. So Denkosh were the outfit that could have owned the Harak Mining Company. Right? So they taking the ship in this bay, and this bay, the Uthin Bay, has large spires of rocks and crags and shallows. It is very difficult to bring a ship through here, especially a ship of this size, even a brigantine, which is a medium-sized class ship in this world. There is one singular shipping lane. So they are navigating a charter where only one ship can pass one way. So they know there's no traffic in front of them, right? Because the charter is cleared just for them on this particular day, this particular week. So they are coming through. We have character, Shadowhand, Narcissus. They are the war chief, if you will, of the Shadowhand. They, along with their orc, primarily rogue, inquisitors, and scouts, have investigated into the Denkosh for months and have retrieved a document that is exactly the ship's manifest and its charter. They've made a copy of that document. Then they have returned the original, bringing the copies to Ukar. Then saying, we got a possibility. We have a solid potential here. And they already knew about the Seagate. They know a lot about the city. They're from this place, right? They understand that the City of Stone is not a place where orcs freely go. It is defended. Before Clan Gilgal occupied it, it was always another clan. And they defended it against orcs. And one of the primary ways of defense against any attack against the city is to defend against the sea. So they're defending against the sea with the Seagate and the kind of harbors they have very closed in. And they know the Seagate exists. They just didn't know its capabilities until Rhodey built a submarine and tried to take it underneath as a test to see if there's a way to infiltrate in a submersible underneath. But it could be Clan Gilgal. It could be the Tinkerer. And there is an electrified metal netting all the way down to the seabed. And the submarine smashed into it and electrified the circuits of their submarine. Then they had to immerse themselves as they tried to escape, and they were waylaid by cannon fire from not just one cannon, not just two cannon, 6 cannons firing at them as they were trying to get away. So Rhodey is held out in a hideout that Dragonpike maintains a few of them, and most likely is relevant to the City of Stone. just small place where they might be gathering supplies, goods, things that they would otherwise get from the railroad. Maybe it's a raid, right? Or perhaps getting from the farmers, right? So it's like a stash, if you will, right? This hideout. That's where Rhodey is currently. So Dragonpike has already attempted to do something on the behalf of Uqar, and that was trying to go through the Sea Gate. And so Uqar did not just leave this idea alone. They said, well, we can't go underneath it, maybe we can go through it. Well, that's going to stop us from going through it, so we need to be able to have the authority or the perception, the identity to go through it. That's when Narcissus comes in. Says, Uqar, I have this. Look at this. We now have a way to get through the Sea Gate. And it's not that Uqar maybe does not have some of its duplicates inside of the city. But getting into the city is only one step of the equation. Because then you're battling constructs, dwarven patrols, people who are enacting martial law against people. So anybody that's coming into the city is getting checked and cross-checked. Not to mention, one of those things that no one seemed to ask is that the Blood Knights have some way of seeing invisibility or through illusions, which would suggest a seeming spell would not work against the Blood Knights if the Blood Knights are close enough to you. So, not just do you have to look the part, but you also have to come in under the identity, so that way you're not drawing suspicion from the Blood Knights to investigate you and get close enough. And the Blood Knights are few in comparison to the dwarves. So it's the chances and likelihood of coming across them as just someone whose identity is there, you're supposed to be there, is not really going to be that much, because they're getting information from all of the lesser sergeants and all of the commanders of the dwarves. That's all coming towards them, right? And so they're not going to investigate something unless they're going to have to do that, right? So Uqar is under the belief that with the combination of a seeming spell and the identity of these Denkosh, we can infiltrate the city through the Sea Gate with the ship, and we have a place to be there in the city. We can then navigate with where the ship is going to be delivering its supplies, which is a very small harbor inside there. And from there, we can then make our advance against two potential targets. That was where the supplies and the storage of these are going, which might very well be connected to getting towards where the Tinker is going, because obviously they're making Blood Knight somewhere. Or it's at Nimble's Automation itself. They might be delivering this to there directly. Then we're going to go after them. But either way we take, we're either going to have to go weapons hot or not, right? We're going to have to attack or not. So when do we do that? Do we go after do we do the Denkosh and we say, no, let's get to your hideout, let's stash these away, right? It's hot right now, let's go. Persuade them, move them. Then you're going to have to fight more Denkosh, right? Because eventually, if things go bad, you're going to have to kill them. And so that was the reasoning, is that do you want to have all of the Denkosh people be casualties of the conflict? And you as a party said, no. That's why you opted to do Nimble's Automation, because everyone knows right now that it is a nest for the Tinkerer. There are Blood Knights there. There are Golems there. Anybody that's in Nimble's Automation knows exactly what the fuck is happening. But that's just that building. And it's not Denkosh. The Denkosh are just the suppliers. They are not the ones making it. That, though, is the information that Uqar has presented. That's what Narcissus has presented. That's what the Star has presented. That's all hypotheticals with evidence. That does not mean it is so. So you are more than welcome to, you got Vaze Durgo here. Maybe they know more. So you're more than welcome to begin interrogating them to figure out if the Denkosh are truly aspiring more than just being a supplier. How involved are they? So that's why I said when one of you decide to kill all these people, don't know if they're innocent or not. And some of your story might also indicate that regardless of them being indirectly helping them, they are still evil. Because just because somebody is going, oh, well, yeah, they're doing this or doing that. We gotta know about it, but whatever. Here's some supplies. We're not putting our hands into it. Doesn't mean they're not evil. Also, the same way as if they don't know about it, doesn't mean they don't, supplying it, right? So many periods of history, this has been debated. And you're on either side of the equation. So you chose Nimbles Automation. So when this boat lands, and when you move with the Denkosh, after the supplies are given to them, you will then head to Nibbles Automation. It does not mean you will not find out where the Denkosh are moving the supplies. That's not the point. What it means, though, is that you're not going to then press that any further. You're just going to deliver it or help deliver it, if that's the way this is done, because you don't know at this point. You just know you're supposed to take the ship in, and then you're going to head to Nibbles. And directly to there, and not to anywhere else, because you don't want to draw more attention and cause more casualties. That's what you all agreed to. So that's what the plan. Like I said, long recap just with the plan. Is there any questions?
I wrote it all down, so
Okay.
if we have to talk about it again, we should be good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any questions or any follow-up on the plan, just out of character?
So we need to know where the supplies were going, but not to find Nimbles, just to get into the city is why we're tracing that.
Well, we may not even trace that.
2 parts to that. The first part is exactly that. You need to know where the supplies are going, right? Because that might help you get to Nimbles directly. Maybe you'll say, "Oh, we'll take this to Nimbles for you." 2, you need to play the part. That's what Ukar is saying, is that regardless of where we end up, we have to play the part. So if we have to take the supplies into whatever hideout they're stashing or a stash or whatever, we got to do that.
Yeah.
We do that and then we leave.
Yeah, I think
That's-
that
Not
was...
Nibbles.
That's
Yes.
where we were confused, because I think it was like, we thought it was either go to Nimbles or go figure out what's going on with the supplies.
Yeah,
and those were
that's
like
what
two
I had
separate
thought
things.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's good. We're clarifying that, because if you don't decide to give them away and where they're going, like if it says we're going to the stash and here's the stuff and you're playing the part, that doesn't mean you can't persuade them, right? Being like, no, we have message from whoever higher up from the Denkosh. We need to head to Nimbles Automation. We have a special part that needs to be hand delivered. Right? I mean, you could easily do that, and then you don't have to go to the stash or wherever they're going to take the supplies if it's not going to Nimbles, right?
And
So
as the plan currently stands, Ukar, Urpip, and I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the paladin's name.
Vistar.
the star.
Vistar. They're coming with us to Nibbles Automation.
Yes. So
Okay.
So Urpip, and this is where we get into some of the current things. Urpip, regardless of the crew dying, Urpip is going to continuously supply an illusion to the ship.
Mm.
So not just the seeming of what's going to be placed upon you, but they are actually going to conjure such a powerful leveled illusion that they're going to make the entire top deck of the ship look like that it's the crew of what the ship is. Like they're working. They're literally going to supply that. They have to be here on the ship, which is why Urpip is not going to get off of the ship. Urpip is staying on the ship to maintain the illusion of the characters. And so even if they board the ship and interact, unless they have a high enough intelligence or they have any sort of suspicion, they are then going to think that this is normal, that everything on the ship is just fine.
Okay.
So Urpip's got to get information. That's what we're going to get to next in terms of the game, because they have to figure out information from all the different people on here, even if they're dead or not. So you're going to see some stuff. Now, as far as Ukar and Vistar are concerned, both of them are going. So they're going to fight with you. The Star, right, might not do that because all these people are dead. We don't know. But the Star right now, in terms of their emotion, showing strong signs of conflict, issues, problems with what's just happened.
Fucking good
The
guys,
dragons, they are not high enough in terms of skill and experience to be able to change their shape. And so they are going to take flight from here. They are not going to stay with the ship in terms of. So as soon as the ship is nearing the sea gate and your ship will be spotted through the fog, the dragons will not be there. They are going to fly away. Okay.
Question?
Yeah.
How far are we from the Seagate?
So you are in the middle of the bay right now. In terms of like mileage that you need to accomplish, you're going to have to go around, let's say 18 miles or so to then reach the sea gate. A ship of this size with a billow of wind, it is a number of hours, so roughly 3 to 4.
We're a lot closer than I originally thought.
Yeah, we were thinking like we're still like
Yeah.
a day out or
Yeah, we
something.
thought we were pretty far out.
You
still.
can
Okay.
you can fold up the sails and drift. I mean, there's nothing saying that you can't slow the
Oh.
ship down.
Oh,
No, we
yes.
just thought we were further away. That's all.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
distance wise.
Yeah, so you have about 3 to 4 hours. If you need to get a long rest in, you could, right? Slow the ship down to get the long rest in. Easily able to convince that there was bad weather or problems, right? Because the ship is arriving in a window of time. It's not punctual. So,
Gotcha. Thank you.
okay, yeah.
Yep.
Anything else?
I'm good.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Where's the Tinkerer hiding?
Yeah, tell us. Where is he?
It's fine. You can just DM me that information so I can sneak off and go redeem him.
Oh yeah, because
You and the Redemption
Redeem.
Paladin.
Yeah, I'll take the Redemption Paladin as an offering.
Yeah,
I mean,
who will
buddy
as
cop
immediately
a
kill
buddy.
you.
Yeah.
I'd like to
This
see
is-
that spin off.
This is supposed to be Maldor. Where are all the drugs going?
Where are the drugs
Right.
going?
Where are all the supplies going?
Okay, it's out of our system.
It's out of our system.
Damn, it's foggy.
What?
Who lit up the joint? Where's the bear
I mean,
tribe?
who do you think?
Yeah, I was about to say our residently always high paladin. You mean?
Lucar's over there just fogging out the boat.
Fair.
So, as we begin our session today, you have just taken over this ship known as the Red Boulder. It is a brigantine. There's 3 different cannons on the top deck, multiple rigging and sails, right? So I'm not going to get into that. It's pretty evident by some of the artwork and some of the stuff. Plus, we're not going to be on the ship for too long. The ship itself has a lower deck. So you have the top deck and the lower deck, which is the whole of the ship, split into 2 parts, one of which has the scuttle going directly into the storage. And then the front side of the ship is going to be where some of the crew are staying, as well as the kitchen and the small dining. It's a very close-knit space. Crew size here will range between 2 to 3 dozen people. And so not just the enforcers or the Denkosh operatives, part of the ship that you were able to defeat, but also the crew that was up here, which again, I removed their artwork and the tokens, but the bodies linger from all of them onto the top deck. I've just only placed the creatures that were those being hostile with the weapons, which are some of them are defeated, some of them are not. Those that they've laid down their weapons, they've laid down their arms, they are on their knees, they have surrendered themselves. You have shrills and moans, groans from the scuttle underneath, suggesting that those crew that were there underneath also were hit by the spell that Marius had used and killed them. Urpip has come down the rung. They're lowering themselves down nearby the mast, leaning against the mast at the current moment. They are slowly pulling out a small pipe as they begin to light it and breathe and let out slight little puffs, completely nonchalant and unfazed, not expecting any of this really to harm them or to deal with them. They're just waiting for their orders or their commands, so to speak. The star right now has just lifted themselves up from the body of one of the crew that they tried to treat and see of the wounds. They hold their hands as they notice the necrosis, the necrotic energy that has sprouted from death upon them. They have their weapon drawn, and they have it held and pointed in the direction of you, Marius. Baze Durgo, who is prone, is now going to be grabbed by the back of the head upon surrendering on their knees. Grabbing back of the head as Ukar comes out of the invisibility of the cloak and slowly begins to look towards them with the eyes. The star presses forward. Ukar holds out a hand. Stave your steel, the star. Casualties were expected. Not all of the crew. Not the innocents. This was not what Dragon Pike signed up for. We agreed. We are here to work together. Whatever conflict you may have, you need to work it out. The plan is in motion, and it cannot be stopped. We need your steel and your might. We need Dragon Pike. Calm yourself. Take a moment. Think. See as the star holds the sword. Looks conflicted. Look towards Ukar. They take the blade, and they sheath it. They pull themselves back.
So,
They then look
And
out across the deck as they look down towards the ground, and they go into contemplation. Yeah?
So I cleared this with Joey, so even though it's a player aggression thing, we should be good. But Varus is going to wave his hand, and I'm going to use a momentary stasis on Marius.
So this has been talked about and cleared. You're going to use momentary
Yeah,
stasis. We're not going to go to initiative.
I don't think so, unless Joey wants to. But I let him know that I was going to do something aggressive.
Alright, good.
Okay, go ahead and make a saving throw. Success.
Oh, wow. I think, and then Varus is not phased by it, basically. He's going to get up in Marius's face and be like, "What the hell are you doing? We can capture the ship without this many casualties. It was so unnecessary. Why?"
Huh. I'm just like looking at you, like just. I know you can't really see my eyes that well, but I'm just looking at you, and I don't really
Varus
have.
is staring at your
Yeah.
helmet,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
he's just...
I don't really have a good answer for you.
You just throw around spells without having good reason. And on top of that, you hit your own allies with these spells.
I did. I apologize for that.
Look, I don't expect you to fit right in and trust us right away. But I do expect you to earn our trust and play in the confines of a party. So, when you're using spells in the future, make sure they do not hit your allies. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to look over your shoulder, ready to counter every spell you throw from now on. And then Varus will walk away.
Tegan's gonna pop out of his invisibility and just look at Marius and go, "It's fucked up, dog."
Damn. My bad. No, no.
You got hit by the bar, dude.
I got hit by that's fucked up dog shit.
You see his Ukar holding the head. Lukar. Maldur. Gather those that are still here. See as the enforcers are looking, some of which coughing up seawater, turning their heads, weapons down. They're looking in the direction those who would be named as such. Bring them near the crane. Tie them to it.
I think for that.
Alrighty then.
Use your manacles.
I like a man who's always prepared.
I miss having manacles.
Those are usually for recreation, but you.
Oh.
Is that pink fur I see on the inside? Never mind.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Damn.
Displace the cuffs.
So, Maldor, it seems like you're taking the opportunity. Luke, are you taking the order of Ukar to move them by the crane and manacle them?
Yep.
Okay. So I placed their artwork over towards that crane side. You kind of grab on the inner workings of the crane, which is lower down. You're able to then begin to manacle them with the assistance of some rope towards that. They're kind of sitting on the top deck, side by side, nestled together. As the seawater splashes against the bow of the ship, it comes over the side of the railing at times. You see as Ukar moves, Vaze. Vaze looks around. If you're going to get anything from me, there are certain arrangements that need to be made first. Oh, arrangements will be made, Vaze Dugu. I know you're kind. You were once Ravashid, weren't you? Betrayer. Left your people. You operate in deals. So I will make you one. The lives of your crew that remain. The safety of your ship. I need to know some information. Do we agree? Vaze looks around on the knees. It depends on what you're going to ask me. There are some things that I can't tell you, or we will all die, even if we were to make it out of here. Well, then we will start with question by question. Any takers? Zukar looks left and right to the rest of you.
I think I've done enough.
What protocol should we follow when we hit this port to maintain this appearance of the Denkosh?
Well, there are two things you will need. The first, series of incantations that mage was instructed to cast. But they're dead now. See them on the staircase. Collapsed.
Okay, well, when I hear that, can I start using the Weave of Time to roll back to when they were alive so I can ask them what the incantations are?
You're gonna activate your legendary item, the Weave
Yeah.
of Time. Okay. So after 1 minute, you can convert time an object creature. The object creature will return to its state approximately 6 seconds before you began to use this feature. That is, narratively, you have to figure out, has it been too long?
It probably has, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well then I won't use it.
Okay. You are able to notice with your passive investigation that they do appear to have a spell book underneath their robes, as well as signs that they are a wizard. There's possibilities of learning these series of incantations if they have them written down.
Well then I'll take their spell book.
Okay. Second thing you will need is a flag flown on the stern of the ship, to hang as well on the crows. The main mast, steady as she goes. And where
you
would
going
we
to tell it?
find such a flag? The hair pulls back. There's a chest, the captain's quarters. You will find it in the navigation cubby underneath the desk. It is locked. The key is in my left pocket. The colors are blue, green, and red.
Alder's going to cast Detect Thoughts and just start listening in to see if she's telling the truth.
Okay. On the surface, you are able to sense that Vaze Durgo is extremely well trained in penetrations of the mind. They might have been studied for any sort of psychic or magical presence that would lurk into their mind. Even when they speak under the surface, you're only able to hear a series of rhythmic tones, like they are singing inside of their head.
And he will push deeper.
All right, go ahead and make a check. Or I make a save, I think.
That's a save, yeah. I think.
Yeah. All right, what is your DC?
19.
My boy's getting up there.
All right, fails. So as you're listening, coming through the tone of the music, you're able to hear that there is, inside of the song, there's colors that they mention. That the real colors of the flag fly in a series of red, green, blue. Not blue, green, and red.
I'll write that down so I don't forget. Red, green, and blue, you said?
So the colors that they gave you were a flag that has vertical columns, blue, green, and red. And that the blue and the red are flipped.
Yeah,
So
so
the
it should be
real-
red, green, blue.
It should be red, green, blue.
The actual color order is red, green, and blue. she was attempting to deceive you. At that point, he's going to throw one of the dwarves overboard.
Okay. No, please don't. Ah! It's a large splash.
What in the actual? I'm gonna go deal with the captain.
You have an impressive ability to avoid detection. Your singing voice isn't bad, but if you lie to me again, you're going over the edge.
Point taken,
A step
I
away
suppose.
from Maldor.
Yeah, where are the captain's quarters? Thanos is just gonna go
Down
start
here.
on.
Yeah.
Okay.
The captain's
Fan-
quarters is underneath the helm.
Oh.
There is no other map for the hull or the
Yeah.
captain's quarters because this is a tile. So that would be insane.
No, that's fair.
You'll need the key. Obviously.
I won't. That's fine.
Okay.
While all this is going on, I'm gonna like look through this spell book and look for the code of like incantations I need to do
Okay, go ahead and make
to
an
play
Arcana
off as
check.
that mage. Arcana, okay.
Okay. So, Razadurgo is a little bit unfazed as you dump them off. You can sense from the presence of the tech thoughts that they are saddened. Do not like the loss of life. But sometimes the loss of life is necessary to protect the greater whole. They're willing to sacrifice one for the chance to stop you. The Bravashid have their ways. I was taught well. It is necessary to survive.
Perhaps. Understand that we do not care about your Den Kosh. That is not our mission. So do not feel you should waste life unnecessarily in the idea of loyalty.
Then I will take your threat seriously. Look into your eyes, Maldor, and they telepathically speak to you.
Ooh.
The flag is also not in the chest. It is in the third peg from the right on the helm. Unscrew it and you'll find the flag tucked within.
Thanos,
Thanos is
you're
already
on
gone.
the fool's errand.
He's already gone to the captain's quarters.
It's
Open
fine.
the
I'm
double
tossing it
doors.
anyway. So
You enter into a galley, so you have like a long table with chairs on either side, and the room is split with screen dividers, like the different sorts of screens that kind of come through. They just divided the rooms. There's no actual walls back here. There is a slight kind of balcony space that sits, and that is stashing a scuttleboat that's there. It's large enough for most of the crew to get on and detach from the back end. So imagine the stern is like overhanging over that, right? And that this is like here with the boat. And so there's a door that can lead out to that to get to the boat. The small bed cot is kind of hanging there and is moving side to side as the cot is kind of tied in a way to also have support from underneath, but also maintain as the ship is kind of coming through. That is on the kind of the back left side door, just opposite of entry. And then the nautical kind of cubby area in the study is just to the right-hand side upon coming in. And it has a desk that sits anchored in the same kind of darkened side of reddish wood. It's kind of built up almost like a bar as it wraps around. There's a couple instruments that are there slotted into indentations of the wood. A globe that is there as well. A map pinned down. A couple writing utensils, many different drawers. And then you're coming around that point with the shelves of many different books that are kind of roped and kind of tethered into them, so they're bound. They can't just like fall out. And you see there's a small chest that is long and shallow. It has a padlock on the latch that is there.
I'm checking it for traps first.
Okay, go ahead and make an investigation check.
Or not.
6. Okay.
I will unlock
Okay.
it with my thieves' tools then.
You did check, technically. You just.
I did.
Yes,
Wow.
you check.
Yeah, you did.
So your investigation check of 6. It looks to be that there is nothing as you kind of take the lid. It's very like tight on. There doesn't seem to be anything underneath or strings that will be attached from the desk to the chest that would deploy from underneath. So you're checking under the desk, maybe some of the drawers. You don't see any of that, no pressure plate. You then go to your thief's tools, feeling confident. You take the lock, undo it, take the latch, kind of swing it open slowly. And as that happens, you can see inside there is the flag that has been presented upon the colors that Vazde Durgo had said, blue, green, and red, as they flow, going from left to right. And inside as well, you can see that there are a few different purses, leather, bound together and tied, with the symbol of the Denkosh on each of those purses. The symbol of the Denkosh is a mining pick that slits slightly slanted, and then there is a pedigree scroll that sits at the backdrop of that. It is gold and black, and comes in almost like it's blazed by those two fire colors. As you look, holding the purses, you're checking the weight in each of these. And you feel very confident that there is around 35,000 gold pieces in this chest.
Yeah, those are going in the bag of holding. They're mine
Each
now.
of these purses are in increments of 5,000 gold pieces, it seems.
Okay. I will add that
Okay.
to
To
the
cover your emotional damages.
Yeah,
Yeah, that is mine.
He just hit payroll. That's what.
Yeah,
he took
pretty
out
much.
payroll.
35.
Grab the coins as you're beginning to put them in. There's also inside of this chest a few different notes, like pieces of parchment that have been wrapped and tied off. You grab a couple of those and you can open them to read them. And as you do, you see that there is a code to these. Code that you do not know. They're talking about random clippings of news that has transpired in the land. About average and mundane things. But it's enough with your passive to be able to sense that there's something off by them.
Okay. I'm gonna check the chest for a false bottom, and then if there's nothing there, I'm going to go check the rest of the study, looking for anything that has names on it. Essentially, what Thanos would have been doing had he still been a ranger, looking for the names and the people that he can pretend to be and things he can throw around to sell. Who
You're
he is.
looking, so you're looking for the names of the crew or the names of.
The names of either Denkosh, people they're supposed to meet, things like that. Either people that were higher up, maybe a signed order from somebody, or a name of somebody they're supposed to meet. Just something to sell the illusion that I am who I say I am.
Gotcha.
Once
So
we
you're,
get to
you're looking for like the hierarchy and the names and the
Mhm.
things. Okay. But that's why I'm trying to create the distinction of: are you looking for just purely those on the ship, because those are what's going to be for the city, or are you looking more or less looking across the continent and being like, if I were to infiltrate the Denkosh outside of the scope of the ship, are you looking for that?
I would focus on the ship, and if I can find the stuff for later to infiltrate the Dentosh, I would take it, but I wouldn't memorize it. Like, I wouldn't study it, but I would study the ship, if that makes sense.
Okay. Go and make another investigation check as you look for a false spot of the chest. 16. You do not find a false bottom to the chest, as you see that it's very solid. You then look upon the drawers of the desk, trying to find any sort of documents that would give you information in terms of a hierarchy to the Denkosh, as well as to names of the Denkosh. What you are able to find with the 16 carried over into the drawers is that there is a manifest for the ship. Not just manifest in terms of the cargo, but also a manifest in terms of the crew names, and as well as their rank and designation. Okay?
Got it.
There is no information, though, in this desk that gives you any inclination of any names outside of the ship, which is why I needed to make the distinction. So you're not able to find any other names or anybody else that would be in the Denkosh scope that
Outside of this.
outside of this. Yep.
Got it. I figured that might be the case with kind of a clandestine group like this. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
I will telepathically communicate to Lucar. Check the helm. There's a hidden peg. You'll find the flag. And then transition my telepathic speech back to the captain to respond to her quietly. We can continue to communicate in this manner. Might save you some complications with your employers if your men don't know what it is we discussed.
That's what you're doing telepathically to Vaze.
Yeah.
You may speak in common. Merely gave you my respect for a job well done.
Where were these supplies headed?
Vaze speaks in common. The supplies are headed for the harbor of Frothingal. There, they will be offloaded from the harbor, and they will be given to one of our own, known as a Gotherlin Leatherjaw, and their astute study, known as Finver Cabotret. They are then to take this. Do you want the names?
Please.
Okay.
Leatherjaw and
so
Cabbage
easily.
Rat.
Yeah,
I know
the-
Cabbage Rat, Leather Jaw, but yeah.
Yeah,
Unless
those-
there's more names, then I can wait. But
yeah, those names are a bit. Yeah, I will agree. I will agree.
I was like starting to write it down. I'm like, what the fuck did he just say?
Yeah.
Let's see if I can copy him over here.
Shit, he's back.
I'm back.
Shit, he's back.
I
I
am
forgot
back,
to click it.
back again.
And we will
Alright.
take the supplies to Martin Pussy Willow Marius III.
Yeah, those are some names, man.
John Everlasting Gobstopper Deer.
And you're talking to Vaze Durgo. So
Yeah.
go. Gothan Leatherjaw is Denkosh, but they should not be trifled with. You don't have a background like mine. No. Not many can call their own childhood as to the task and to the purposes of Babashid. But Gothelin has gone through their own troubles. You will find them to not be reasonable, not like I am. Binver Cabbage Rat is an idiot. Follows Gothelin wherever they want, whatever they need. They will be at the harbor of Frothingal. We are to take fourth dock on the second wharf. There will be a series of crane towers that will begin to offload our ship upon being wenched in. The harbor is very small. There is ships of our size docked there, yes, but we will have to maneuver the ship in a way which towards the rest. I don't know if you know how to sail. We've lost our crew. But we will need to move the ship in a method and manner that our stern is facing a degree, so that way the wenches and the harpoons can be deployed to then pull us. We will then begin to be wenched into the sandstone wharf and dock, solid stone as it goes all the way to the seabed. Lashed we will. Only then will the crane towers operate. And they are Clan Gilgal. They are the city's occupiers. plenty of soldiers there. They shouldn't bother us. They haven't in the past. I don't believe we'll have issues with them. Not if
Good.
they... Looks around. Well, might have issues now. You see his Urpip still smoking the pipe. Urpip does not believe we will have problems. We then kneel down towards one of the dead, deceased bodies. We reach into the pocket, grab a talisman with a skull placed upon it. They begin to grab as their eyes turn green. They begin to raise the dead, ask them a series of questions. One by one, they begin to pull information from them that pertains to their duties, not just the position on the ship, but what they were doing in terms of acting, and how they will be when they land in the harbor, and what they are supposed to do. One by one, Urpip goes to each of them and begins to get the information they need to portray them in the illusion. They're going to disappear below deck, eventually.
I would probably follow Urpip, seeing what he's doing, and just kind of mark names off on the list.
Okay.
Assuming he's getting their names and their positions.
Sure.
Yes, well, we planned for such an eventuality.
That you do. Ukar, smiling. I have a question for you, Zeta. Don't mind, Mount. As they look. After the supplies of the Red Boulder are delivered to Gothel and Netherjaw, do you know what they are to be used for? See is... No. We do not. Supplies are to be brought. The hands of Gothel and Leatherjaw to a nearby cove. Dug into the rock. Lies due north of our dock and wharf. There are small rowboats. That is what the supplies will be loaded onto. And they will be rowed into that cove, into the Denkosh hideout, where they will then be retrieved by Blood Knights. And I don't ask what they do with them. I don't need to know. It's not my job. And hell, my job is not even getting off the ship. Not if I want leisurely time with the crew inside of the city. That is only if we are permitted. And how would that be, Perse? How would you gain admittance into the city from the ship? After the supplies are delivered, we will then approach the harbor master, Favortin, Clan Gilgal soldier. They will sign it off and give us passes. We are to return in less than 24 hours, or we will be sought after, captured and imprisoned, most likely die, at the hands of the very people we are supplying. Continue, Maldor.
Sounds as if that's our best bet to get in without having to bother with the Denkosh. Again, not really our problem. Have you ever heard where these Blood Knights take the supplies, or where they come from?
I do not. I only know that the cove, the description of the Gotham Leatherjaw, is somehow connected to the sewer system. Sewers of Gaul lead underneath the city.
Might be worth investigating if we don't find our quarry where we expected. Is there anything else we need to know in order to not raise suspicion of the Gilgal soldiers once we are docked?
We're able to get through the sea gate. Clan Gilgal will be none the wiser. Looks around at the bodies. Well, I'm sure you have an answer.
So obviously. Well, but unless anyone else has any other questions, I would instruct you to provide specific details on the angle of entry and docking procedures to Lucar, ship captain.
Oh, you have a captain all ready to go. You did think about this one, didn't you? So be it.
You didn't think we were going to let you at the helm, did you? That would be silly.
You don't know what I'd be willing to do for the right price.
Again.
Hair with their own
problem.
gold. Hair with their own gold.
I'll give you 35,000 gold.
gold. Huh? Where did that 35,000 gold come from? Why is it in dead Kosh bags
Probably-
again?
Probably bargain at this point. Don't need to go that much.
Just as a general aside to the party, is there anything else we need to know? I feel like
I
we got what we
mean,
needed.
I don't think
Yeah.
she knows it, but we need those incantations.
Right. How's that going?
I
magically?
haven't. Yeah, I don't know. I rolled a 28, so hopefully pretty well.
Yeah, so your Arcana check of a 28, the spellbook of this mage is not necessarily what they entirely have in the repertoire. It seems to be made specifically for the intents and purposes of defense of the ship, so lots of evocation spells, abjuration spells, that level of manner. But there is 3 spells in here that stand out because there's notes written by them. With your Arcana check of a 28, you're looking for 3 incantations that would be giving you some sort of pattern, right? What incantations would they use? The ones that are put into note, which I will tell you, are Ray of Frost, Firebolt, and a Ray of Sickness.
We're just firing them off like flares
No, yeah, but you have to do them in order
of the
Oh,
flag.
of the
yeah.
ship. Yeah.
Flag, yeah.
Yeah.
So it would be, according to what she said, it would be Firebolt, Ray of Sickness, Ray of Frost.
Yeah.
Which I don't have 2 of those spells, so...
But they're in the book, so you can learn them.
Can you learn cantrips?
You can't, but you can make a spell scroll.
Make a scroll, yeah. It'd just take a couple hours.
Yeah.
But we've got
some
like
time.
3 or 4 hours anyway, so.
Yeah, I
Takes-
don't have the equipment to do it, though.
What do you need, paper?
Calligrapher's tools.
We just
Well, I
killed a
have
mage.
that. I don't have...
Oh.
Oh, well, yeah. I could just see if he has...
I mean, does Erpip know these spells?
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
gonna say,
Erpip might
Yeah,
actually
I
be
mean,
able to
like-
help too.
Yeah, I was going to talk to her, Pip. But also,
Ma-
I can check and see if they have the equipment on them to make them.
The mage does not have calligraphical supplies. They actually do not have any other supplies or tools associated with them. They have leathers and types of cloths underneath the drapes of their bluish cloak and robe. They have insignias of tattoos underneath their armor, not armament, but like clothes and things. They do have a small leather purse with a handful of coins, most likely for leisure time if accepted. And there is a sense and shroud that they, to you, would stand out, Varys, as a wizard, that perhaps they were kitted for the job. They intentionally took only what they needed. They also have most likely a bunk down below. You might be able to investigate, see if they have a chest with more things in it, but
I think
on
captain's
the
quarters
body
right there too.
at the current, the body at the current, right, does not have anything that would allow you to make those.
Okay, so I'll take
Spells.
their coin purse and however much coins it has in it, and then head to their cabin and see if I can find their cabin.
Ferris
so-
Willow robbing from the dead.
The crew, it's a bunk. It's kind of like a bunk house, right? So you have a series of bunks. Most of them are going to be hammocks, and they're kind of teetered over themselves with rungs that are able to, on the hole, lash to the hole, that are able to lead up to them. There's a couple different pegs and things that are kind of bung holes that are kind of like, kind of around this area, most likely from the ship sustaining damage. And so they have numerous amounts of repair kits and other sorts of wooden planks and nails and things to be able to repair the ship, as this is towards the bow. They also have the anchor mechanism coming through in the middle of the gap, and a couple rings of the chain and rope that sit through the grooves, not just on the top deck, but also on this hull side. So you're looking through a couple of the chests that linger and are tied off underneath the base of the hammocks, and a few other sorts of wardrobe shelving and things with coat hangers and such. Go ahead and make an investigation check. So you eventually coming across a chest that does stand out slightly more regal than the others. It has accents of the metalwork and things that are not necessarily rusted. They also stand with flair, and the welding is pristine. You look towards the chest, and it does appear to be locked.
I'll cast knock on it.
Okay. You cast
Upstairs,
knock.
we just hear.
Fireball.
All right, so you cast knock onto the chest, and with a large lurch, the lid comes open. And as that happens, you can see it is lined in a beautiful green velvet. And silk linens are hugging about a black robe and a plague doctor-like mask. And there is a small notebook tucked inside of the mask. There's also a slightly larger spellbook that is here. Incantations as you pull the spellbook and kind of scroll through, not really improving of the vocabulary that you already know, and also magic that you might not be invested in, as this is more of an evocation abjuration based wizard. But you're more than welcome, if you do want to pocket the spellbook, you can. You can just call it the Reckoning Spellbook, so you can kind of keep
Okay.
that into your inventory
Yeah,
as a
I'll-
placeholder.
Pocket it.
Come across mages with this plague doctor-like mask before. There's no toolkits. There's also no extra gold in here. It is just an outfit that can be worn for the occasion, and as well as more spells to be used upon being necessary. The notebook, as you look towards, has arcane runes that are etched into the book itself, and there is some sort of code to this as well. Just like the code of the newspaper clippings, your investigation passively is able to look through those arcane runes and suggest they are not glyphs or wards, but they are coordinates placed into rune form, a language that has been created perhaps in communication. You'll have to learn the language in order to be able to figure out exactly what they are trying to communicate.
So it's a language in the rune form, you said?
Exactly. So imagine the Dwarven, like the Dwarven language is mainly runes, right? So that's what I'm saying. It's a runic language. And so they relate, though, to arcane manner. So, like, if you were to create a spell or, a spell scroll, right, you would use these runes as well to be able to manifest in positions and things of the spell casting. That is what's being presented, but it's now in a language and is relating to spells that you've never heard of. You've never seen these in any sort of spell vocabulary or anything. And so you have the knowledge passively to understand that it's not a spell scroll. Nothing in here are spell scrolls. They're speaking of spells. They're speaking of something else. But what is it that they're speaking of? I can't really figure that out, except that they're Usually, this relates to time and place. Timing of a spell, right? That kind of thing. Or a placing of a spell, right? That kind of thing. That's what mainly they're used for, and that's what's being presented in the book. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so from looking through all this, does this look like any of this in this chest relates to his job on the ship? Or it looks like it has to do with the Mages of Reckoning.
That's correct. This is attire of the Mage of Reckoning. This is what you have seen before and faced. This is the first time you've seen some of their possessions, perhaps in a manner. Maybe this is part of who they are. Maybe this is another job that they have. You don't know, right? I'm just presenting you with items and things and giving you information based on your passives.
Right. But yet nothing to craft spell scrolls in here, right?
Correct. There's no supplies or toolkits in here. No calligraphy skills.
Yeah, I have calligrapher's tools. I just need the reagents to craft the spell scroll itself. So.
Yeah, no case of reagents, so no material components for that.
All right. Yeah, I have comprehend languages, so I might as well try and cast that and see if it gives me like more of an insight of what this is trying to say.
You could, yeah, it's definitely possible. Also, remind for spell scrolls that are of a cantrip or first level spell, you actually don't need to have case of reagents. That is a common rarity and only requires various reagents that you're able to find mundanely. So it's essentially gold.
So I can craft this just with gold.
Exactly. You're able to find some reagents around the ship, kind of pulling them together and begin to make the scrolls.
We can't afford it, sorry.
I'll do that then. But yeah, I'll tuck this spellbook into my pack, and I'll worry about decoding this language whenever we have more time.
Okay. You can also put into your inventory, create an item for what's referred to as the Reckoning Codex.
Alright. Okay, then I'll come back above deck and let them know that I got it handled.
Okay. You return back to the top deck with the Inquisition still happening, the interrogation of Oz-Zadriel.
Deck thoughts over yet?
I would
Trying
say
to
so.
decide how close you can stand.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide if I can come back upstairs yet.
Oh my god.
That's crazy.
Technically, the tech thoughts will come through the scuttle, which is open grading to the bottom deck, so yeah, you're going to probably be hit by that. Is that what
Yeah,
are you worried about that?
I mean, I should,
What
make
do you
sure that
see?
he
You didn't
wasn't
notice he ran
actively
away
thinking
the
about me.
minute it got cast?
It's just surface thoughts unless they penetrate. What are you thinking surfacely? Being like, moldy cheese, bread. Oh, well.
Well, that's kind of my thing, is I didn't want him to have the ability to penetrate deeper, so I was just like, I'm just going to leave. Like, I'm
Before I
out
decided to be like, wait a minute, wasn't Thanos just up to something?
here. Yeah. Wasn't I just telling them about all my evil shit? Yeah, no.
Sure.
Yeah, you're welcome for the distraction, Deuce. I'm really happy.
I appreciate
helped
it.
you out.
Notice how he didn't yell at you,
Yeah, no, I was like,
Wait a minute, asshole. See ya.
yep. Well, that and the one person that I wanted to stay alive, you didn't kill, so, like, I'm not too upset
Oh
with
my
you.
god.
I think once I'm done doing whatever I'm doing with Urpip and kind of checking off the list, I would reach out to Elmar through the thing and just read him that note that I found and see if he has decrypted anything similar in any communications that we've kind of gathered from the spying on the king and the Talthar and stuff, or if this is unknown to him.
your spy master Elmar Balkaran is not going to have any information at all on the code that is spoken by the Denkosh Mining Guild. Unless you task them with investigating, they're not going to know anything else.
No, that's fair. I just wasn't sure if it pertained to, like, if the king had done anything with them. Then, yeah, I would just bring it upstairs and kind of, like, hold the note out towards Vase. What does this actually say?
You know, there was a point before we began asking questions that I said that I cannot tell you certain things, or it does not matter if we survive this ordeal or not. That is what I am referring to.
As I've already spoken to her, we have no interest in Dinkosh business. That's not our problem for now.
I think when Thanos asks that question, I'll link my, like, telepathically, I'll say, I think I have a good idea of what it is. I found some Mages of Reckoning stuff down in the bottom. Keep that on the down low. We're not sure of why she's involved, and we don't want to bring Damodar down on us, so...
Okay. I'll just roll the note up and stick it back in my back pocket.
Okay. You can refer to them as Denkosh code parchments.
Got it.
New collectibles in the world for us to find.
No, there's just items that
Mission
exist.
unlocked.
But they have
1 out of 10.
There's items that exist on some of the characters. They're named as that, but they also have exactly the information that you would need to figure it out. So I can't give you that item unless I clear the descriptors. So it's easy enough for you just to create it as a placeholder.
Yep.
Well, we have come to a place where it seems we have finished. I am in agreement with Maudul. Your business with the Denkosh and Denkosh business will remain your own. You will now be taken below deck along with the rest of your crew. You will be placed in the crew bunks, tied to the hull and gagged. You will make no movements. You will make no sound. If you do, you will die. You see as Burpip now comes above and looks towards Vase Durgo. Puts up a hand. Burpip has one more thing to require for Vase. After you. See as Vase looks. It holds out the hands. Begins to brace them on either side of the head of Vase Durgo. Begins to put him in a dream-like state as they begin to fall unconscious. And after several moments, the hands release, with the eyes glowing slightly green and blue. Sees Vase Durgo awakes, disoriented. Burpip is done. I have what I need. Thank you. See them sidestep away and go into the captain's quarters.
Why do I get the impression that would have solved all our problems and we could have skipped the interrogation?
Yeah, I need to learn how to do that. I'll be back.
Vase Durgo shakes. They weren't after anything that would have helped you in the interrogation. It put me into a dream state. Felt like hours. I imagined us going through the sea gate and exactly what I would have done. created a construct in my own mind for me to act out and learn from it. That cannot say with words. Denkosh would pay you all very handsomely for your services. Come the time.
Jesus.
Denkosh could not afford us.
You would be surprised. Dwarven clans are not the only ones with gold and riches and wealth. Denkosh could pay you tenfold from whatever you offer. And, who knows, may help you with whatever you decide to do after this.
Can we gag them yet?
I
Perhaps
mean,
next
I
time
like
we
what
meet,
she has to say.
it will be under better circumstances. Play nice and you will be safe.
See as Ugar picks Vaze up.
And throws her overboard.
Oh God, no!
Let's go. It is time. Maldor. Marius. Tegan. Grab the three others. Bring them down with me.
All right.
Yes, sir.
So Ukar and Vazijurgo are going to go down below. The three here that are left up here, they as well are going to now be gagged and tied. So as you go down, you're just taking off the manacles and then you're remanacling them to some of the netting and the webbing of the hold of the ship. They also have anchors, right, for that. So you're taking those anchors, which are bolted down into the hull, and you're using those. And so they're in various places. You're moving away anything that they can use to try to get themselves free. And then you make gags out of some of the bindings of the rope, placing them into the mouths and tying them about their head. Ukar does something else as well. Take cowls of burlap sacks, and they begin to place them over top of their heads, so they are not able to see, or to speak, or to move. After that is finished, Ukar and Ulat will also be returning to the top deck.
So, approximately how long do we have before we reach the port?
We have several hours before we reach the sea gate. However, that'll depend on the new captain of this ship, Luca. We may move as slow or as fast as the captain allows. I have some knowledge of how to work a ship, but I have only 2 hands. It will take all of us to make this ship run.
I need either me or Urpip need to cast certain spells in a row. I am unable to cast all of them. I don't know if Urpip has access to Ray of Frost and Ray of Sickness. If not, I need to craft those spell scrolls, and that would take me a couple hours.
Right. Pip! Yells. Pip comes out with a bottle of wine and a silver goblet that they poured freshly into. Yes, Uka? Varys needs your knowledge. Let's see, Sir Pip comes moving over.
Yes, Pip, do you know the spells Ray of Frost and Ray of Sickness?
Pip knows to use Ray of Frost. Pip does not dabble in the Ray of Sickness. I do not know this.
Would you happen to have a spell scroll of Ray of Sickness?
Why would Urpip have spell scroll of Ray of Sickness? I do not
Just
use
checking.
this magic.
Yeah, I'm just checking out my bases.
Does Urpip look like Brugga? Hold that thought. Urpip does look like Brugga. But Urpip is not Brugga.
You are not Brugga, I understand. So to get into the seaport, we need to cast a firebolt, a ray of sickness, and a ray of frost back to back to back.
Why do you need Ray of Sickness?
The color. So in the mage's spellbook, they had a ordered incantation list, and that was the incantation. But I guess any green spell would work.
Erpip knows you to be a fine wizard. You can think of a spell that looks green.
Supposed to say, do I have a spell that looks green?
Yeah. Didn't you just hit me with one?
Oh, I mean, I have disintegration, but that's a big spell to use on this.
Disintegration looks like a Ray of Sickness. I mean, they both look very similar.
Does
At a-
anyone
at a
have Ray of
distance, you would
Sickness
not be able
before
to
I
tell.
have to cast this?
I mean, I have green flame blade, but it doesn't
Hey, me
particularly
too.
go very far.
Yeah.
Put
I
our
love
on
how
top
it's
of
like,
each other.
I don't want to use the disintegration in the air, guys. Come on.
I don't want to waste a 6th level spell on that, no. But if I have to, I will. Well, if you have Ray of Frost, I can still craft the scroll, and if I don't do it in time, then I can use my disintegration ray.
Spell scroll should take you an hour. You should be fine.
Don't we have some diamonds? Can't we just resurrect the other mage and make him do it?
Yes, you're not
No.
getting your mage, buddy. You're not.
Absolutely not. Why would we resurrect an enemy combatant? Also, this will go into his head. Also, what the why would you want to resurrect a mage of reckoning?
Oh, yeah, look, I forgot about that. I was-
Think, Thanos, think.
Think.
Don't
All
worry.
right, Ruga,
Thanos
thank you
thought
for
about that.
your help.
Big
I'll be sure to get with you whenever we are coming to the seaport about casting those spells in succession.
Erpip wants to know, do you have seasickness?
What?
I do not.
Because Erpip is not Bruga.
You just called him Bruga.
Oh, I am so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Damn.
That is my
Also-
bad.
Be careful using the terminology "get with you" around Bruga and her clones.
That's true.
That is entirely my fault. I'm still not used to the clone thing.
Erpip does not forgive you.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Give her Pip a kiss, he'll forgive you
I
then.
mean, you have a few hours. I'm sure you could think of a way to make it up to them.
It's
Erpip
okay.
begins to walk back into the captain's quarters with a bottle of wine and the goblet.
Maldor's just gonna step over to Marius and just give him a good look and just like, as I'm sure you see, there is a time and a place for power and cruelty. Learn to use it with precision. And he's just gonna walk away.
Marius, come to me.
Oh, God. Okay. Yeah.
You see as Ukar braces you on either side of the shoulder. It is imperative we work with our allies.
Yeah, I was actually gonna ask you for a favor.
Ask, and it will be received.
Obviously they don't respect me anymore, and I totally understand why. I wonder if you can, get the crew together. I'd like to say something to them.
They respect
of
you,
them.
Marius. They respect your power.
Holy shit. Guys, help me. He's trying to lure me to the dark side. He's whispering the sweet nothings in my ear.
You
I would
not,
like to address them with your
Of
permission.
course.
Okay.
But never ask forgiveness. For your power. Only when it is
before-
necessary to gain the allies you need to achieve your quest. I will speak to Vistar after you have your words with everyone. I will gather.
I was actually gonna ask if I could go speak to Vistar real quick after
Okay,
the
yeah, I
interrogation.
mean, oh yeah, if you want to go ahead.
I'll just kind of walk up and lean against. Is he facing off the back of the boat, or is he facing everyone on the boat?
Top right. So think like northeast in terms of the map, right? So basically facing not backwards, but a little bit north.
I think he's gonna walk up and lean against the boat, and he'll kind of just stare off into the advance with him, and he'll just start talking. You know, I don't know you very well, but I do know that when you're raised and molded inside your own morals, that things from that perspective tend to be black and white. And when things start to gray, it can be challenging. More challenging than any battle you'll ever fight with your sword. The questions you're asking yourself on if what's happening right now is the path that you need to take.
That's
in
not
order
the
to grow.
question that I'm asking myself. Your words looks towards you. You have truth to them. But what you lack is context. I have seen the magic that one has used. It was wielded by the Forsaken that I battled. I fought against the undead in the marshes of Ebith. I held the line for the Kingdom Deadmore, and I was tasked with holding that line by the Vigilant Eye. There were those of the Forsaken, leaders amongst the undead. They commanded the same power that one has. It comes from a dark, twisted place, Shadowfell, and they wield it, and they used it against the innocents of the ship. I do not think and wonder if this is the path that I should take. It is the path that I have taken, and I must live it. That much is certain. What I am questioning is if that one needs to be on this path while I live it.
Okay. I misunderstood your dilemma, obviously, but
You did, because you do not know what it is that I have lived. But be assured, I mean no harm to you or to your party. Ulkar, they are a strong leader, and the rebellion of Dragonpike is allied to them, and I am Dragonpike. It's my sworn duty to redeem the Silver Dragon Belzar. And from what I have discovered, you all hold that key. If you are calling to Marius as an ally, then I will have no choice but to stay my blade.
as someone who is very rarely speechless, you kind of shut me up. But thank you for being so forgiving in this moment, even though you obviously have very strong opinions on him. And I appreciate your kind words about our party. I'll leave you now. Thank
Before
you
you
again.
depart, there's one thing you can do for me. You will look
course.
me in the eyes and you will tell me, can Marius be redeemed from the path that they are currently on?
Tegan will look at him straight in the eye and say, I believe anyone can be redeemed with enough work. It is not a matter of what they're going through. It's a matter of their character and what they can do, not what they have done.
Make a persuasion check. Look towards you. You are telling the truth, and I believe you. I will follow you and your party to the end, and we will see if they will be redeemed.
Yes, we will. It's a great view. You chose a good spot on the ship. So
It
walk
is. They reach over the railing, they grab a fishing pole.
away.
Then they
Does it
reach
look
over
like
the railing
Rodrigo?
and they grab a second fishing pole. If you will stay a while, I'm sure we can catch something.
I feel like this is a side from the universe.
Keegan, don't
Even
fall
though-
for it.
Don't fall for it.
Think of Rodrigo.
Yeah, he's got to move on. It's been months.
Yeah.
Tegan
it
will
has
take the
been
fishing
months.
rod and he'll cast it over the ship.
Yes, the star throws and casts it out as well.
Tegan's does not hit the water, just to be clear.
Keegan's like, I am not
You don't want to lose it.
I love it.
He's scarred.
He's scarred for life. All right, so Ukar then begins to make ways around to everybody that Marius will have word. And then, after speaking of that, they lean against the edge of the crane. And they slowly begin to pull at their goatee. They wait for you all to gather in front of Marius.
She's still just chilling up there.
Yep.
Star puts the fishing pole away. Then here's what you have to say. Urpip as well.
Hey, Urpip.
Or
I
is holding a
suppose.
5th level divine smite.
All right, everyone. Thank you for willing to at least listen. I wanted to apologize. I went overboard. That was a terrible joke. Trying to work better on that. Anyway, it's not an excuse. I don't work with teams very much, so this is a shut up. Dude, it's not my fault if he leaks it.
more
Okay?
years.
It's four more years.
Golly.
This is, this is a strike team. I'm not on my own. I need to work within the confines of the team. I'm gonna look at Varys. You made my blade stronger without any hesitation. Ask nothing in return. I thank you for that. And I'm sorry again. That was directed towards you, Varys, specifically.
I'll nod my head.
I can't undo what I did, but I will do better. Lucar, Bastar, Ukar, I do apologize for hurting you physically.
You may live for now.
I love it.
That's it. If you have any questions for me or need something of me, just let me know.
Star turns and walks away and goes back to the fishing rod.
Tegan will follow.
Moves over to you. Hands you the silver goblet filled to the top with wine.
Oh. Oh. Okay. I'll take
Takes
it.
the bottle, chugs from the bottle themselves, and goes back into the captain's quarters.
I think Varys would go below deck and start working on the spell scroll so that he can help with the ship if it needs it later.
I'll hold out the wine goblet if you want as you go down, if you want it.
I'll probably grab it, take a swig, and then give it back to you, and then go down below deck.
Drink from my cup, my son.
Ukar is going to be climbing up onto the crow's nest. The spyglass just goes up above. Uma wrapped around, and Umi are just kind of keeping the perceptions alert. They're just kind of curled and holding a warmth to themselves. It's very cold right now. Unless you're near them, you also will be cold, or if you're resistant or immune to cold, you'll be able to stave off the effects. But this is, in terms of temperature, you are right around 22, 24 degrees Fahrenheit, and fucking cold with all the wind.
Cold.
So if you're going to be on the top deck, you got to be bundled up, not certain ways. So you're able to maybe fetch those from the people around here, or maybe you just personally have that on. Ukar is going to grab some of the clothing of those who are deceased, wrapping around themselves before climbing up. Star always has a warmth about them, being a gold dragonborn. Doesn't have to worry about that. So
And I'm immune.
not immune. So before we get to our break and get onto the next part of this adventure, the question that I have to kind of phrase: anybody want to have anything they want to do on the ship prior to transition? Is there anything anybody wishes to accomplish?
Yeah, other than the spell scroll, I don't have anything.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions on the plan or anything about what is going to happen next? Okay. So, a little bit of a public announcement, I guess I should say. The next is going to need to be a little bit of work for me to prep, because I have to transition the ship and where your positions will be on the ship. So you'll have to wait in periods of where we're kind of transitioning, because these are actual real maps. The Seagate is a map. The Harbor is a map. They're also leveled maps. They have different things in certain regards. So it would take a little bit of prep. And in addition to that, there is quite a bit of maps associated with the some of this stuff that can be pretty heavy. So I do not have those into the world at the moment, so that way we do not get lag, we don't have problems with performance. And so depending on where we go and how we go about, there might be a little bit of more time to prep those as well. Because again, hopping into a city could be fluid, could be things that happen. And so I want to make sure that there is enough time to be able to set those things up, but also not strangling you all with performance of having these multi-scenes into the world that are massive. So, all right.
Sounds good.
Cool. If you're watching the stream, I really appreciate that. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break here. We're going to come back at about 1:10 p.m. PST. Thank you so much, and we will see you in a bit. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Chad.
All right, thanks so much for joining us as we going for the second half of the session today. So we are here in the Uthen Bay. We're in a transition period as we begin to make way, aimed for the City of Stone. So I'll go ahead and delete that. And we are on board the Red Boulder. Go ahead and just put our backpack in relevant position of the City of Stone. Just kind of puts us that we're heading in that general direction. And we're going to come to a description of the city, because this is what you're seeing upon arrival. And it's going to be quite pertinent in terms of what it is and how it really does appear. And because we've got some information from Ukar, but this is the first time that we have set our eyes onto what it is we're actually observing. Luda is called the City of Stone because it is built from a mountain turned into that plateau. They have taken this peak and they have turned it into a 3-tiered city, with it facing in the direction of the land of Ismar. The harbor sits southeast and is connected to the city through a road and a tunnel that kind of goes in through the mountain and then into the lower steps, towards the area of the lower steps that is filled with businesses, mercantilism, and factory. One of the factory being Nimble Automation. There is a railroad that helps facilitate the travel through the tunnel, not necessarily all the way down into the harbor. So there'll be a transition period from reaching those steps of switchbacks and that lower altitude before you can reach faster travel and getting you through that mountain. Aluda is called the City of Stone because the mountain here, this plateau, was normally and originally called Aluda. The granite keep that sits at the center point cannot be observed from your position. So what you see on this ship is craggly amounts of rock that are coming and spanning thousands of feet into the air. And its rough and tumbled face is jagged and edged and raked and spired. You can even tell that dragons have fought and come through and scratched with their talons into the rock, breathed their flame upon it, moltenizing or lightning coming through, right? So you can see all of the histories in that stone. It's primarily red rock, but there are veins of other minerals and deposits inside, and you even have sheathing that has been accomplished over time to help with the building of the City of Stone. The harbor that sits on the southeast side and of the lower area, the very lowest part of the city, basically it is on a lower level, even that of most of Ismar in terms of the land. It has these two arms of the mountain that are coming out for hundreds and hundreds of feet. And they anchor themselves to two towers that stand tall. And there are other towers along that wall as they hold themselves here. A gauntlet and a marathon for these soldiers to occupy these towers to get here. They have large openings inside of them on 3 levels. Okay? 2 of which are smaller, and another one that sits more open and then has the top of those towers, which is flat and grooved with some cranials and other dwarven accents of buttresses that kind of extend to help with the rain and the weather as they smash into these. On the edges of the towers are further statues as they're coming outwards, so more working, right, in terms of aesthetics rather than function. And through them both is the opening. You can't see the sea gate of Vasily, but you know with the chains on either side from wench mechanisms implanted into the towers, with those soldiers inside and are working them, that they would help lower this or lift it from underneath the water. Because the sea gate only needs to function to stop your ship. To function to stop your ship, it does not need to be raised above the waterline. It just needs to be just below it for your ship to run into it, stop, and then to be decimated by cannon fire and bolts of crossbows and set ablaze with bubbling cauldrons of oil as they dispense them onto your stuck ship. Past the sea gate, past the opening, is an island, if you would call it that. Sandstone, smaller spires that groove outwards to mighty dwarven knightly figures. And they have accents of fountain structures that sit around the rings of them, underneath the statues, moving water constantly. And basins that extend and flow outwards of more grandeur fountains. Dwarven masonry. This harbor has been built to, once upon a time, be open to all. And it was a sign and a show of strength and might of the dwarven people. This was the creation of multiple clans as a unification. And also resilience after the conclusion of the Great Voyage. Traveling of many dwarfs about this continent, about this world. The wall that surrounds with the arms of the harbor, it does not have interior space. It is solid stone, and it is masoned to be crenelled on top with large half walls for cover. Numerous cubbyholes and nooks for storage of supplies. Braziers that can be lit with flame peak themselves standing with slight baskets, metal sorts of stands that reach to those baskets, so the light can be overhead of the dwarfs that sit underneath it and above those half walls for cover. Being of solid stone and not having an interior space, there are advantages and there are disadvantages. Underneath the wall, as it's smooth and reaching towards the sea level, it is rough and edged. Algae, crustaceans cling to it. So if your ship was to run, you would run into that shelf first before you would actually hit into the wall. You'd run against it, and then your bowsprit would chip into the wall, and you'd be tilted up. You came into a solid piece of stone that goes all the way from 20 to 25 feet down to the seabed is how big the wall actually is. The towers that stand, those that cling to the very top level, are only going to be about 30 to 35 feet above the waterline. The top of that tower yet still reaches to about 40 to 45 feet, the covering of that flat, citadel-like structure. With more descriptions of the City of Stone, we enter into the lower steps. But this is what you can see right now. You're having to move this ship in a way that allows you to reach even the sea gate, which is just barely wide enough for your ship to come through. And even when you get through, you're going to have to turn your ship in a way that allows you to go past the sea gate wharfs and by this immaculate statue and fountain. Lucar, you've had to captain the ship through the crags and the spires with the charger that has been presented. And now we are going to come to the role that is needed most. I've taken your passive skills through the crags and the spires, given you had a charger and a manifest. I wasn't going to employ that. But now, to get through the sea gate, you're going to have a roll. I'm going to bring you onto the sea gate facility.
Is this something that an inspiration could help with?
If that is what you are intending to do, you can.
I'll definitely give him bardic inspiration if that's the case.
Okay.
We did put that flag flying, right? The one that Lucar grabbed.
Presumably.
So what do you need me to do?
I'm going to need a check from you. I'm going to need you to roll. You have a... Let's see. You have expertise with water vehicles. What ability score are you going to use for your water vehicle here?
I can choose.
Well, I mean, you play it off of how you're doing it, right? Are you leading your
I
crew?
mean, yeah.
Are you leading your crew charismatically, yelling at them to pull the runs?
Oh, yes.
Vocalizing commands? Are you being more wise and saying, no, I don't think you should do that, do this? Or are you being intelligent, methodical? Like, there's 3 different ability scores you can play from with the water vehicle.
No, I'm high right now. I'm high right now and always, so definitely charisma. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So I need you to just make a charisma ability check, and then we're going to add +8 for your double proficiency.
Roll
Roll for Riz.
Roll for Riz.
Roll for biz. Okay. The moment I didn't even read this. Hold on. The moment the star catches a fish, Lucar appears behind him where Abram says, "I'll take that." I love it. So you make some delicious foods, no problem. You're able to cook from the fish that the star has presented. Lucar, you as well have a fantastic check here. So not only are you cooking and making something beautiful, but also you're here on the captain of the ship, guiding the ship to its destination. Just before we reach this map is when you are going to be spotted. The fog is very thick as it rolls into the land. And so at that point, you're going to, or right before that point, the dragons are actually going to fly off. Your pit begins to cast the illusion, imitating all of the crew that are needed onto the deck, exactly how they appear, to identical positions and as well as their functions on the ship. You see Erpip that is currently sitting on top, kind of in a cross position, and their eyes are closed as they're concentrating the illusion, and they're just sitting there, and all of the crew, everyone that is here is moving, it's negotiating exactly how they need to be. At the same time, those have been changed into the seeming, which is what the concentration is really for here as it's being presented. Lucar, you are Vaze Durgo.
Nice.
So since you are at the helm, you will have to be Vaze Durgo. Lucar is an enforcer, thug, as well as the rest of you can imitate who it is that you would like to be on the top deck, which is most likely going to be an enforcer or a thug of the Denkosh. And Varys, you are going to take the role of the mage.
Sounds good.
Hold on. Ravenna, what are you doing? I gotta be right back.
What a beautiful roll, Steven.
Can't wait to see you waste the 6th level spell slot. I mean, use this 6th level spell slot to
I don't have to. I'm just crafting the spell scroll.
Let's chatter row harder, you fools.
There's no oars to row.
I don't think it's that kind of boat.
If you yell at me again,
You yell at me.
What are
I'm
you gonna
gonna
do,
cry.
huh?
I like to imagine we're singing sea shanties like in Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
We're just all singing.
We gotta unlock a better one though, because this fucking row your boat shit is getting
Row,
old.
row.
No, of course we're singing. What's the one that everyone sings? Ooh, when the Wellerman come.
I quit.
Absolutely
I'm never
not. I
working on
will
a
throw
boat with you
you.
guys
I will
again
throw
ever.
you the fuck overboard.
We could do the last
Anything but
shanty.
that
That
song.
one's a really good one.
This boat only sings Dua Lipa. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I wanna dance the night away. We're all just fucking
I don't actually
jigging.
know if that's Dua Lipa
That's
or
a Dua
not.
Lipa song.
Who?
I'll take your word for it.
That was an attempt at a Dua Lipa song.
Yeah, I can't
For
sing.
sure.
I can't
You
sing.
gonna saying a
but
real
that's
name right now? That's not real. Right?
Dua Lipa is a
That's
real
not a
artist.
name.
Yeah.
That's-
All right. Sorry about that. I'm not sure if I'll be able to run the afternoon group though. She's having a really hard time. So my wife is not doing great.
no.
So yeah, we'll see. She got sick earlier, like late this week, and then I think Laurel's getting sick too, and she's super ran down because she's not wanting to nap it. Yeah. Yep. It's just when cylinders are not firing, I
Give
tend
her
to
the
have
old
to.
NyQuil special. That'll.
Old NyQuil.
We work as a partnership, right? So it's tough when I'm taking up the entire Saturday, running these and stuff. She had to take the whole week and all of that working and things. So she gets tired. All right, we will see though what happens. So as we get back into it here, the illusion that has been presented is purely for the ship and the crew. And then the seeming spell that has been presented is to change all of you into the roles of those who would be negotiating or speaking with Gothel Leatherjaw or other people, right? And Lucar, you're going to take obviously Vazidurgo because you're at the helm. You are the captain of the ship. That's where Vazidurgo would be. And then Varys, you're going to take the role of the mage because you're going to be using the incantations. And as you use the incantations, Erpip is going to help you with the Ray of Frost in the order, and you will be able to do the Firebolt, and then as well as the Ray of Sickness using the Spell Scroll. So as you come through the fog, Dragon's already gone, the illusion's in place, the seeming's in place, then all of a sudden you, right, are going to send off of that. You, Lucar, are going to hang the flag at the stern, and then Lucar is going to then begin to take the flag to the crows and place that onto the crows. All the wise depicting the individuals, I gotta get Lucar down here as well, the individuals that are intended to be here, as well as those, Ukar's like 80 feet. Let's put him on the level there. That's good. Because it is a leveled map, so it's a little tough when you change elevation, so just put it at the base level. So, as we get to this point of the ship, cannons have not fired, right? So you're pulling yourself forward, and you don't see any sort of gate, right, that is being presented. So you're just seeing the chains large and thick and just rusted at certain parts as they're extending into the waterline. You are able to see on top of the wall here that there are a certain amount of soldiers. There are even some soldiers presented based on sight of the walling that you're able to see. But a lot of the tower has been kind of blocked off because of distances in relation to the towers. So you're not able to really see through them in regards. You can see that there are cannons that are kind of poking out of them from those kind of squared porthole areas of the towers. And you're going steady as she goes. You get a little bit further forward, Lucar, with your roll here as you begin to turn the wheel and getting it into position, because you're going to have to shoot past the statue and the piece of rock that they have turned into that, and the fountains and the luxuriousness of that. You don't want to take the ship to it. You're going to have to begin to navigate it in a way around that and then get into the harbor. So you're turning the ship even now and preparing as you're beginning to yell out to your crew in the voice of Vaze Durgo. And the soldiers here on the towers are kind of able to hear you, but not really. All you can hear from them on their side is the sound of billows of horns that they're emanating outwards to the other tower. As they're kind of coming outwards to each other. And then you can hear the sound of a cannon go off from one of the tower. And then the sound of another cannon go off from the other tower. To extend both of them. Blank firing both of the cannons. And so somehow communicating maybe that the horn, that they're lowering their side, and then the cannon fire would be the conclusion to suggest that it has been accomplished. You can see the chains after when the horns are blown, right? That the chains are lowering themselves down with large heftiness, suggesting that they're dropping the sea gate lower and lower and lower underneath where your ship is going to pass over it. Okay? So, because we are taking this approach in this map, steady as she goes. Because your roll as well, Lucar, is so high, you're not going to make a fool of yourself or show these dwarfs that you are all not who you are. Since you all did the legwork, we're simply going to move forward in the scenes.
We did it, guys!
Go!
The plane is going! Let's go!
Steven!
Great roll, Steven.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Meanwhile, nobody knows that I have Erpip's voice in my head, parroting what I should be saying to be what's her face.
You also have, until it expires, a bardic inspiration to burn on something.
I can think of some things to burn it on.
You can't smoke a bardic inspiration.
It's smokable.
I can
I will-
sure as hell
I
try.
will try.
No. He's gonna use it on a dex save to avoid burning his fingers with the lighter.
Concentrating on haste,
Mhm.
probably not.
Wow. We actually went there, huh?
Did we take a short rest or anything? Probably not. I'm gonna lay on hands myself to full.
You're going to short rest. You have 3-4 hours before you reach this point. So that's what I'm doing. I'm getting it set up here.
Okay.
And I will do the short rest.
Let's go.
Let's fucking go.
I was gonna say, if anything, I would at least have offered you a potion to make up for
Wrong.
for
but-
damaging.
Can I offer you a potion in these trying
If
times?
he's trying.
I am not drinking
It's blue,
anything
it
offered
smells
by
like
the
pepper.
man who cast this like necrotic death shit.
I mean,
No
you.
fucking way.
I was given to this by Maldor, so
I should be prompted for a short rest, and then Adam, I did prompt you for Linnea's short rest. So I don't know if you're gonna get 2 windows, but
Yeah.
and then again, Linnea is here, so Linnea will be up to you in terms if they're down below deck, not being part of this, or if they're going to be up here, so they're just not put onto the map. It's up to you.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine she's hanging out somewhere.
Somewhere.
Oh,
How
oh,
very
that's right.
descript.
None of us acknowledged the fact that Tegan was fucked up.
I mean, he got hit by a cannon, but
We
at
didn't
the same
see
time,
it
we all
happen.
didn't see it. Yeah,
He was invisible.
that was a big part of it. We actually didn't see it.
that was what in the deuce moment. Remember?
What
We
is
saw-
What in the deuce?
Yeah.
You say you
Yeah, so
do,
meanwhile,
right?
while he was fishing with Vistar, he was like covered in bruises.
Yeah, wounds.
Ouch.
Yeah.
I need to apologize to Tarkugan when I summon him next.
I was gonna say we saw
Oh.
Tartugan go. That was about it.
Yeah, then all of a sudden Tegan's just on the deck of the ship.
Or just don't
It's funny.
acknowledge it and be like, "Hey, buddy, how was your nap?"
It's funny because if it was anyone else riding Tartugan and Tegan was on the dragons, he'd have been like, "No!"
Yeah, we've seen you panic and like teleport away enough times to be like, yeah, he's
Fine.
He
Yes.
always will show up somewhere just bloodied and battered, like out of a corner. Just, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Dude,
The
guys, I'm
siege
okay."
on the fort with
Yeah,
the
the
fucking
siege on the
ballista
fort.
in his line.
And then he went into the fort and just hid. Like,
No, I was between
Recon.
two giant trees, which were thrown at me by an even bigger tree. So I
No,
was
that's a
going to
different
stay
one.
there.
the other fort.
yeah, the other fort.
I was sneaking around. Okay, I was trying to flank him.
Recon.
All right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
after
recon.
you got shot in the leg.
And pinned
By
to the
a
ground by the
ballista?
ballista. That was
Yeah,
so
it was kind
funny.
of comical, honestly.
Right.
Tegan, how about you don't go first now next time we're face to face with siege equipment?
It's any projectile. It's literally any projectile.
The
You were a
javelin
pin
cave,
cushion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's gotten eaten more than once.
It's always dwarves, actually. I think dwarves just really fucking hate Tegan.
Which I'm not
Yeah.
the one that killed their rams.
No, and
They
Deuce
had
killed
that
those.
coming.
Deuce killed those out of spite because he was like, Michael always kills my mounts.
Yeah, that had nothing to do with
Spike
anything that.
He killed my
Should've-
mount too. Okay. Now
True.
I know how it feels.
Yeah, but you can summon yours back. Mine are dead and never coming back.
I'm never coming back.
So anyway,
Anyway. So
Wobbling aside.
the harbor is very small. So as you pass that statue, you actually only have about 100 to 180 feet or so before you get to this. This is exactly how they said. You have to go to a certain dock. You have a series of them, and it is on a certain wharf. So this is just one of the two wharfs that are presented. They're very similar in their design. Each have two of these crane towers, and then they have a road that is going to take you towards where they're going to converge with the other wharf as they work themselves up and switch back. And where that convergence is, that is where the railroad, a few other cranes, a warehouse is up there, and that's going to take you through the tunnel and into the lower steps. Okay? So the edges of this map are essentially going to run into other docks that are just not going to be observed because the map would be too large. And then the cliff sides and the mountain is essentially going to reach over them into the water. So it's just going to end. The towers that are here of this solid stone with the dwarven masonry, they're of similar design as those on either side of the sea gate. They are also armed with cannons, and they are presented down upon the ships at all times, ready to fire upon them if anything were to happen. The crane towers actually sit slightly larger than the towers that are armed with cannons, and these crane towers are in 3 series. The first series it presented is a hoist, the second is a crane, and the third is another hoist up onto the road and one of the switchbacks with numerous amounts of wagons and supplies. The 3 series turn independently of each other, and they are made of solid stone. So as they move, imagine yourself twisting, turning one after the other. And you can see from the interior of gaps in the stonework, there is dwarfs that are rummaging and moving about in there, grabbing certain mechanical mechanisms of cogs and levers to be able to turn these as they do. There is also billows of steam that extend from numerous vents of underneath the roof structure, suggesting that this is powered by some element of fuel. And as they're moving, they're kind of getting it adjusted to place the larger of the crane over top of where the ship is. Then the crew is grabbing your crane and begins to hover over it of the scuttle, which is going to be opening and then being placed somewhere underneath the larger crane between, which will then be lowered down, grabbing that, lifting it, and moving it. Okay? So it's very much like a handoff. Your crane picks it up from the scuttle, twists it, the larger crane comes down, picks it up, moves it over towards the rowboats, which are then going to lower it onto the rowboats. The rowboats are currently lashed to the dock, and they are just in waiting to have those supplies placed on them. The occupants of those boats are currently waiting for the ship as it's being pulled in. So before we get to this point of where the ship is, you're going to turn the boat to its side. Then there are going to be harpoon mechanisms that are going to shoot out towards you, and large vaults of rope that you're going to then tie off to the back end of your ship onto the railing, and it's literally going to begin to pull you towards. As I said that there were a series of levels to the towers also have on the very top end of them gappings where there are those working underneath the roof, and those have the mechanisms to deploy those and shoot them out towards your ship. They're not harpoons to be implanted into the ship by any means. They're just blunt, hammer-like things that are just going to shoot out. And so before that happens, you kind of got to clear out of the way. And they're going to extend them out as they send a large volley. You begin to tie them off, and it becomes delicate work that some of the other crew have to deal with, and also those on the dock that have to kind of begin to waylay and throw more rope from either side of the dock, which you will then tie off to help get the ship so it's not just going to slam right as it's being pulled. So you have to have sideways and back and front pull, right? And so after that happens, they're simply going to retreat themselves to various other tasks here on the dock, moving supplies, maybe some wagons, getting some livestock moved around. I'm not going to populate the map too much because Brendan, and I do know your ping goes crazy, and performance-wise, this map is also super large, so I'm just not going to throw a bunch of tokens in it. That's going to lag you all out. But do know that there is livestock, horses, wagons, and crates and other supplies of the bounty. Once you're here, in this position of the ship, it'll then be tied off. And you will have the opportunity to disembark after. Go through the Leatherjaw, a dwarf, stern in the face, and a great beard with many different braids of victories. The beard itself is white. They're older. They have themselves clean shaved in the head, but the braid goes down. They currently are in possession of a beautiful piece of adamantium plate with many dwarven runes upon it, and a large axe that drips of blood adorning their back. Gauntlets pressed on the hands as their arms are folded. A few different magical items, perhaps. Rings and amulets. Difficult to tell. You're still kind of getting the ship in position. Red Boulder! Ah! Vontae Durgo, you made it! Good. See, is this taller gnome. It sits slightly larger on terms of the shoulders and the legs, with blonde hair, wiry kind of clothes and frame. It sits over that the wiry frame and clothes. It sits over that of darker tans and brown leathers and wools. They have soft, supple features towards the face with a slight blue eyes, hinting at green. And they are always following Growth and Leatherjaw. They're always behind them or next to them, kind of holding themselves towards. They're not saying anything. Lukar, what are you doing? Captain, oh Captain,
Oh shit! I forgot I was muted. I'm just parroting whatever like Pip tells me to maintain the illusion. That's what I'm gonna do.
Urpip is maintaining the illusion of the ship, as you seeming on all of you. Lucar, you are Vaze Durgo, and Gotham has just vocalized towards you. Are you saying anything? Are you remaining silent? What's the play?
Well, like I assume I got some guidance from the person who put the illusion on me on how to maintain
Mhm.
who this woman is, right?
Yeah, so Vaze.
So whatever she told me,
Okay,
do.
so okay.
that's what I would do.
So Urpip is going to tell you that Vaze Durgo is a very stern character, but they do have some joy as they embrace other compatriots of the mining guild. They're going to tell you exactly the steps necessary to get the ship here and how you interact, which is why I didn't prompt you at all, because that's something that they would have coached you on. But in this moment, in terms of your actual literal response, Urpip would only give you advice that you need to keep it brief, have a little bit of joy, an embrace of vocalization if they do talk to you. Move to the crew, begin to instruct them, begin to order them, to get the supplies out of the scuttle, to the crane tower, to their rowboats. So that's what they're going to coach you on. They're going to coach you on. Gotham says, you can be a little joyful, but then you're back to business giving orders and instructions.
Okay, so I'll greet him joyfully and then turn my back and start barking orders.
Okay. Is anybody else doing anything at this time, or are you all just remaining silent?
Working, baby.
No.
Final one.
I'm acting like a pompous asshole as
I'm a
usual.
thug.
So
Yeah,
he's
I
not
was
doing
gonna say
anything.
I'm probably a thug leaning up against a cannon, just looking overboard. I'm honestly probably scanning the Denkosh for weapons and everything.
All right, go
In
ahead
case
and
something
make
does go
a
wrong.
perception check, and then also go ahead and make a performance check.
I'm good at neither of these.
20
What do you mean?
and an 8. So
Okay.
perception-wise, you're eyeballing these Denkosh. You're looking at them, and you're trying to perform like you're being nonchalant with your daily tasks here. And as you're looking upon, you can see that they are armed with scimitars, crossbows, stud leather. Some of them have maces, shields. This is stuff, that equipment that you were commonplace on top of your ship. Nothing really major, nothing really strange in terms of the metalwork. Most likely, these people are here because they're getting some coin. It's nice, and the job is easy. One of the horse kind of locks eyes, just kind of stares at you a little bit on the top area, and they kind of stare up towards you. Got eyes, huh? Do I look pretty? You like how I look?
It's been a long travel. I was just, taking in the sights of other people.
Can I
Damn
come
right
up
you
behind
are.
him and grab him by the ear and like pull him away and like bark orders at him and bring him below deck or something?
Sure. Go ahead and make a performance check.
Oh god.
I think the Gib slap is what.
Everything is fine.
9.
Can
Grab
he
the
use
ear.
the bard on that?
Oh boy.
You're going to use Bardic Inspiration. You know that requires stuff to do, right? You're going to have to like...
I already have a bardic on me,
No,
don't
I
I?
gave him a bardic
You-
earlier.
or-
I don't know if it's still active.
I assumed you used the Bardic Inspiration for the sailing check. So, and if that's not
Oh,
the
okay.
case,
I
it
didn't
would
know
have
if
been...
you had.
If that's not
I
the
mean,
case,
didn't I
it would
roll a
have-
24 without the bardic?
It would, if that, I was going to say, regardless if you didn't use the Bardic Inspiration, even for that check, it has been a number of minutes. The Bardic Inspiration would have been expired.
That's fair. I just
Right.
wanted to
Okay.
ask.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Okay. So you grab Thanos by the ear. You're playing off. You begin to pull them. You can hear the vocalizations of Gothlin down below. Having problems, are we, Vaze Durgo? Oh. Now shut your fucking mouth. Don't care if he gets pretty with you. Yes, Gothlin. Sorry.
I got that poor man in trouble just by looking at him.
That's great.
Steady,
probably-
boys and ladies. Everything is going to be just fine. Steady as they go. See, as they're maintaining presence and posture. Lucar, you return to the top deck. Thanos, you're below, and you continue. Eventually, after nearly an hour of time with these cranes working, you all at the ready, monitoring and making sure everything is going as it should. Boats are loaded. Those that are on the dock begin to get onto the ships as best as they can. Go ahead and move some of their token here. Not going to put any sort of supplies on them because that would be crazy. So many tiles, so many things. And those on horseback here begin to ride their mounts up towards the convergence of the road, due west, so north of this map. These Finver polling Gothard. You see Gothard looks towards, oh, Finver, Captain Red. Get on the little ship, you rascal. No need for that. You know, Vaze Durgo. No. Important business. Go.
What the fuck?
They have an interesting little relationship there.
Don't judge.
Yeah.
I'm not judging. I don't kink shame. I just know a kink when I see one. That's all I'm saying.
Not until you started going through people's dreams.
True.
Vaze, are you going to be asking for some leave, huh?
Damn right.
Well, you enjoy it. You enjoy it. Well, reaches into the armor, getting some warmth to the gauntlets, patting the belly. Well. It's on to the boats. Business as usual. They begin to row away, heading north, away from this wharf, to the craggly rock as it reaches from the wall and entering into the stone. They're going to disappear around your wharf, heading north with those boats.
And we know that the workshop is like north of us, right?
Yeah, so you're basically going to get to the convergence, and you are going to then begin to walk through that tunnel into the city through basically to the lower steps, right? So you're in the harbor of Frothengal, which is still in the city jurisdiction. It's counted towards the city. In a way, it's its own district. It's a good way to phrase it. So it's off the representation of the city map because it is so small in comparison to the city. And you are left here on the ship. Nobody's disturbing you. Ukkar steps forward. All right, everyone gather around. Quickly. Luca. According to Vaze Durgu, they are to ask for leave and permit from the Rollin Toughbright, the harbor master. They are favorited. They will be a commander amongst this. I'll be expecting you. Don't fool around. Merely ask for the permit and move on. Upon retrieving this permit, we will head immediately towards Dibble Automation. We'll ask no questions. We will be jovial. Like fine sailors we are. You get a nice drink and a quick fuck.
I prefer it the other way around.
To each their own, I suppose.
What's the purpose of the permit?
The
It's
permit. Go ahead.
Permission. That was the Attica is permission to be in the city.
Yeah.
Basically, our shore leave papers.
Yeah, so anybody that comes into the city is documented. They are not letting anybody into the city unless they have documentation. So even though you're coming under the impression of Vase Durgo and the crew of the Red Boulder, and it's commonplace for the crew of the ships to go on leave, they're only going to have you be on leave for 24 hours. Basically saying you are permitted, and the permit is only good for the lower steps. I do want to add, they're not going to allow you to go anywhere else because there's nowhere else you need to be, right? So your permit is for 24 hours in the lower steps of the city to do what it is you need to do for leave. Drink, fuck, sleep, right? If you need to get some rest, get some supplies, right? Some traders, that kind of thing. And so simply saying Ukar here is looking towards you, Lukar, because you are Vase Durgo. You're going to be the one asking for this permit. Make it brief, make it simple. Simply ask for the leave, ask for the permit, and we are going to make our way to Nibelot Nation. Once we get there, we will observe for a moment, but we will not dally. Under the seeming, the Blood Knights can still look through us. And I am sure that the Tinkerer's golems will also have this sight. They may very well attack us. We will cling to the rooftops and observe down below, where the golems will not be scanning. They will be looking around for the people as they make way in the streets. And we will be above, watching for the entrance that we wish to take. But I suppose you are hungry for it. Capable. An attack is quick. Make an entrance. No observation. Draw the weapons and steal. Siege it. It is your play. Whatever that may be, Erpip is not to join us. They will maintain the illusion of the ship. No one will bother them. So what be it? Do we watch? Do we wait? We only have 24 hours. If we are not here within that time, and we are not yet to defeat the Tinkerer, we very well may never be able to get out of here.
Sounds like we should not waste time then.
Knowing
That's
this,
it.
knowing the strategies of the ill-fated in the past, our go-to has been swift and quick.
I like this.
I also have ways to see the Blood Knights, but it's temporary. So the faster we move, the longer I can utilize that to our advantage.
I can as well.
That's good enough.
I cannot.
I usually can't see shit.
As long as you can see what's in front of you to swing at it, that's all I need you to see.
But yeah, for those who cannot see invisible things, light reveals them.
Also true. So if you're near me and you just want to cast light on some of my arrows when I shoot them,
Or
Just light me up like a disco
Thanos.
ball.
He loves it.
if you cast light on me, I may side with the Tinker.
This is the new Thanos. You're not
The
dependent on
light
that
is your
anymore.
friend.
No, I still hate the light. No.
All right.
That's wrong.
I still need people to go to sleep and do things. I still know. Still work that shit at park. Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna walk off this boat, right?
Yeah, so they
Yeah.
didn't even lower. I mean, you can. There is a bar. You can put a plank, bridge down. They also have rope they've laid down with rope ladders. You can just climb down. You don't need to have a whole thing.
Yeah, fine.
So you're able to climb down, and upon doing that, I am gonna top Ugar off here. Actually, hold on. I almost killed them. Here,
Oh,
There's
he's
blood on the
gone.
ground.
yeah, hold on.
Her Pip. You're letting her slip.
There you go. I'll replace them down. Because they are going to short rest as well, but with NPCs it's a little bit difficult to get the short rest off. So you're going to climb down here, Lucar, and Ukar and Vistar are going to be following here. Lucar, you are going to be leading. The rest of you are going to be following. Okay?
Cool.
All right. So I'm not going to have you move your tokens. I'll move them for you here. I'm simply going to transfer your tokens very quickly up to the upper part of this map. You're going to get kind of warped a little bit. And then I'm going to just put you in positions roughly. You don't necessarily have to be in these positions or spots. Just going to have you kind of stacked in a way with Lucar in the lead. As you're making your way along the cliffside here, towering above, you can see there's other structures. It's not just a rock face up to the mountain, but there is some other structures that are up there, perhaps some buildings where that convergence of the road is going to lead to, maybe a couple different stores, supply houses, that sort of stuff. Some traders here vocalizing. So you're getting now an imitate that we're not just in a harbor, but there's some voices of people here, some traders selling goods and things as they're kind of making way down. And even though the shipping lane, so to speak, is like one ship, doesn't mean that other ships don't exactly come here and deliver supplies. Those that are permitted can get in here. And as well, they also have supplies that they have built up here for a number of time. And perhaps they're simply moving the supplies to here to store and not other places in the city that can be focused and targeted. After all, Clan Gilgal is occupying this city, and the harbor is very defended with these towers. And so it is wise for the soldiers to move the supplies to places that are defended, and these are going to be one of those places. Ready to move your tokens.
Well, that would be the Fauverton on the horseback, right? Oh, I didn't see the dude in black. All right, Lucar.
Lead the way.
Where am I going?
This dude.
Gotta talk to that guy.
All right. I will approach them. I assume these big dudes on rams are like guards or something.
They're soldiers with mauls and lances mounted to these war rams. Your party has familiarity with the Thraphos. You know that they can be a little challenging to handle, but I would say not challenging anymore for a lot of you. The number of items that you have and experience you have, these soldiers would make quick work. But bloodshed is not necessary. You don't need to make it happen. Does not have to happen. So, Lucar, you're kind of moving forward a little bit. You see is this Fauverton, Roland Toughbright, is currently having a conversation with the soldiers. And there are those stuck between the pigsty and the horse stall. Not a place you want to be for Fauverton. Well, alas, I was there. Chuckles, crowds around, laughing. Oh, good one. Yeah. Oh. Stares through, begins to pull through the rams, approaches you. Where are you going, Bazid?
I'm gonna laugh boisterously and be like, telling tall tales again, are we?
No, it actually happened.
Roll my eyes. Then I'll laugh again and say, I need to put my feet up, and this rabble back here needs to get out of my hair for a day.
Ah. Well, it's shore leave, are we? Vaze Durgo?
What else?
You know, a little coin goes a long ways these days. The usual.
Pull out a purse. It's 1,000 gold in it.
Makes the purse a little light. For you. Denkosh having trouble?
Oh, it's supposed to be one of the 5,000 purses.
Oh, son of a bitch!
I'm just gonna walk over and I'm gonna pull out one of the bags that has the Denkosh symbol on it and just kind of like give it to him, give it to Vaze.
Oh, I see. Letting the runt carry the coin, Vaze. You've gotten weak and soft. Never trust coin to your crew? Raises an eyebrow. Out of this.
I'll look at this one and say I'm sweet on this one.
Oh. Gonna be finding a nice warm spot, are we?
Nothing quick about it.
All right, Lucar.
This one's gonna be much in my hair.
Lucar, I need you to make a flat charisma check.
Wow.
7.
What are these charisma rolls, bro?
Did one job.
Looks towards you and raises the eyebrow. Soft as you may be now, Vaze. Stares up at you. It's not to be known. Your crew is carrying gold. Perhaps you're carrying something else, and, well, we can't allow anything, just anything, to come into the city. Can we? I'll give you a chance, Vaze Durgo. Sneaking any contraband into my city? You cough it up. Just come to some arrangement. The crime needs to be reported here.
Contraband.
Is he robbing you of your weed?
I'm gonna get in his face and ask him if he's questioning my integrity.
All right, make an intimidation check.
There we go.
Vaze Durgo.
Yeah, we're good.
I'm not questioning. I'm not questioning your integrity. We have a relationship, obviously. Clan Gilgal, Denkosh, we're working together now, right? I have a job to do. Just a job. As a harbor master. Can't allow just anyone to bring anything into the city, have it run amok. After all, keeping quite a tally on weapons and arms, and, well, you make an exception for the Denkosh, and it's pretty lenient. Can very well just strip you of all of your armor and your weapons here and now before you make any further attempt to enter into the city. But I know you all like your steel and your bite. And of course, we'd hear from some rank stone council from the king, who's most likely got word from the Basin Menno. Angered and upset that we stopped and waylaid you, taken your steed. So I'll tell you what.
What?
I'll tell you what. Got any of that fine crystal? Call it even. The stuff hits like a fucking truck.
I'm gonna raise an eyebrow and be like, "Did you just refer to me as just anybody?"
I didn't, Vaze Durgo. I did not say you're just any. I that clear.
Boss, you want us to put him on the list of people that get disappeared?
No, nothing like that. No one's going to disappear. No one's going to disappear. Reaches into a nearby satchel and pulls out several pieces of paper. Grabs a pen very quickly. Writes down times upon them. After looking into a pocket watch and flipping it. As you know, 24 hours. And these to your crew. Don't lose them. Each of you need your permit. You are stopped by Tinkerer Patrol. You are to offer these up to make sure they don't attack you.
About time, boss.
We've had a number of casualties in the city. Tinkerers, patrols, not to be taken lightly. I do feel you, Vase Durga, but I feel them more. And I would hate losing. And I would hate to tell my superiors that I got the great Vase Durga and crew killed.
Yeah, you would hate that. Huh?
All right, then. Well, maybe another time we'll get some of that crystal. Yeah. Sorry,
Maybe.
gents, ladies, undeclareds. No crystal this time. Oh, man. Shit. I was hoping to get some of that. I'm sorry. I tried. Where were we? So, pigsty, the horse stall, and there she was. Prime and ready.
Alright, time to leave.
Yep. Time to leave.
I'm fucking leaving.
Yep, we're gone. Yep.
I'm fucking out of
You
here.
don't hear the conclusion of the story? Come on.
No, Thanos is fucking out.
We're quick and clean.
We are
That
quick
ain't a
and clean on this
story.
infiltration. Oh God, I fell into the.
You
ether.
fell out of the map. Oh no.
I went to the Shadowfell.
God, I wish. That'd be a great place right about now.
Right?
Actually, let's bring us on that one. You know where we're gonna go.
Ooh.
We're gonna have one of those moments, Deuce, like the "It's
Uh.
Always Sunny" meme. We're gonna be in the Shadowfell and looking at each other across. Like, wait a minute. Wait.
We're gonna be on opposite ends of the fucking battlefield as our deities are fighting. We're just gonna be like, wait a second.
Whoa.
I feel
Let's
like
check out.
should I cast see invisibility as we walk?
I'm gonna help
let
you
you
out.
this
I'm gonna
time
help
first.
you out a little out of character because you do have some information that would suggest
They're
that
only invisible in the dark.
if it's not dark, that you are fine. So
Oh, right. Yes, I forgot. Okay. So yeah, I'll just wait till we get into the automation shop.
Because it's probably dark in there, because, you know.
It's
For
a
their
depraved.
Those fucking assholes.
Yeah, I know, right? Don't you hate it when people turn invisible when it's dark?
No.
So inconvenient.
Because now I can do it when it's daytime, too.
That was always so funny. You need to get a ring of dark vision because I'm tired of you casting light. I haven't cast light in like 40 sessions now.
You fucked me over so often with that spell. I'd be like trying to sneak up on somebody, and you'd walk up with light on, and I'd be like, God damn it.
I'm like, I can't see. I literally can't see without this. And you're like, it's over. You gotta get a
He
ring.
literally wouldn't even call you by your name. He would just call you Lightbringer.
Yeah, I would until we fucking got that ring of night. Oh, that was fucking good. I forgot all about that nickname. Old Thanos was a G.
No, he wasn't. He was a fucking asshole. But the new one's worse somehow.
Yeah, but at least I'm not an asshole now.
okay.
Sure.
That's debatable.
I mean, I'm not an asshole to you guys anymore.
Sure. We'll say that.
That's debatable.
We got stuff to do. We'll talk about this later.
Focus on the mission.
I mean, look, I had the gold ready to get us out of that little predicament that we were in.
Did you?
Yeah, I wonder how you had that gold ready.
Yeah, don't worry
The
about it.
gold that you didn't tell us about.
In the bag with a nice Denkosh symbol on it.
While we
You
have a
did.
second, I am gonna have to dip out at exactly 6. I have prior arrangements, so if we carry on, that's fine. I just gotta let you know I'm gonna.
Is 6 3 o'clock my time then? Because you're EST.
Oh yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
just wanna
I
make
actually
sure
have to
time's
drop the
always-
dog off a little bit before we end
Um,
too at the place up the
Well,
road.
you know, it's gonna be tough because given time right now, combat could become quite long if it sounds like you're all going super hot. So we'll probably get going on combat and then we'll probably just pause. We'll stop probably in the middle of it. Yeah. I think that'll be
Yeah,
fine because I don't know if we're going to reach a good conclusion then. And of course, we have like 2 people out at that point. Then we're going to have to pass over character sheets and stuff in the middle of combat. And that could be tough as well. So, so we'll go ahead and kind of feel out as we're going. But yeah, definitely it seems like we're going hot and all of that. I'm going to go through a description. I'll try to be as fast as possible then so we can kind of move on. You are entering in through the tunnel through the mountain here as you're kind of making way from the harbor. So the roads are going to converge with the other wharf. And as they meet that point, there's going to be something similar to a toll house, but it's more of like a railroad house. And how the railroad is going to begin inside of a covered area that's semi-arched as it runs through. And just like a train station, there's going to be an upraised platform with the different hoists and crane mechanisms in these stone semi-arched. Something that's important to understand is that just because it is called the City of Stone does not mean that every structure is made of stone or has a rooftop of stone. Because there is other elements. There's the forest, right? There's other trees and things that they're able to plane down and bring in and build here. So the actual slums of the lower steps that sits on the north side of the presentation of this map, those mainly are going to have wooden frames and things, and they're kind of built up with cobbled rock that's left over from the mining operations that make. Whereas the upper and then the royal, those districts are going to be made with more pristine stone and have slate roofing that is also going to mimic stone and be painted and tanned and painted in different sorts of tans and oranges and reds and blues and being vibrant, right? To create a city that's not just designed functionally well, but also to be beautiful, right? And so they want to appease the aesthetic. Like the concept, though, that I roughly put you onto, and that's why I chose that picture, is because this place in the lower steps has seen war. So a lot of the structures that you are going to pass by in the roads, they are going to actually have signs of dragon attack and also of cannon fire and of explosions and destruction. War-torn is the lower steps in numerous places. And so the mood setting here is what is truly important. And it's that the people are very sad. They're very hopeless. They're mucking about, poverty-ridden, without food, often, leaning against, passing by maybe a smith shop, working on very little, except for common machinery and tools, starved for supplies, traders handing rotten foods, stale breads, lines and rolls for these things. Lots of people are on leisure time. There's not much to do, sitting around on tables and chairs and drinking themselves, playing cards, passing around small pieces of imitation currencies for bets. Dwarf patrols running through on war rams. Commonplace. That's not what the permit is for. The permit is for the Tinker's patrols. So the dwarfs, you don't really care about them. You're just continuing. The tunnel is long, but eventually, after some time, you are able to reach the lower steps. Just like the other districts, each of them are going to be partitioned into sections. You have come into the trading part of the lower steps. There, the Bazaar of Storv is at its center and funnels through as a grandeur bazaar to be able to funnel goods. But now, it's nothing like that. As I had stated, they don't really allow a lot of ships in here. There's not real mercantilism here. I gotta get that out. It was hard. I was struggling with that one. And so a lot of the trader stalls are empty in the Grand Pavilion, which is a octagonal piece of stone that sits on these pillars, just like a ancient Greek structure, and sits overhead with large pillars spiraled down and just an open marbled area where these stalls are, covering over as the rain comes battering and the storm can be billowed from the harbor. Those that are inside mucking about, some have a couple stalls open, sitting in their chairs, biding their time, drinking. It's just more of the same. And then you're going to continue through that to the edge of the next part, which is where Nimble's automation is, where there is going to be foundry to be able to smelt stuff. This is processing. This is the section that larger factories would be. Not necessarily that where you have a weaponsmith making pristine things, but raw, large pieces of equipment that could be made here in various places. And they're also not designed for window shopping. So there is rarely a large signposting of what this place would be as you pass by it. And then you kind of look and you kind of notice that's what that is from the inner workings of some of the people as they're moving about, if they are working. Some of the factories shut down. Signs posted upon the doors as you pass by, closed for business. And you continue. The star is leading the way. Even though you have intelligence, Nukar has been passed through that and maybe has some stuff from their duplicates. This is Vistar's territory now. They're the ones who work with the Rebellion Dragonpike. As they're making way underneath the seeming spell, they dare not approach any of those that they might be one of their own. The star will also tell you upon whisper that you may come across one of their own, and they're known as Dragoons. As the foot soldier, the rank that they would give anyone who pledges themselves to the rebellion. But do not speak to them. Do not interact with them. All right. We get the next scene configured here. Just give me one moment. Based on the place that you all are going to come in.
It's a big ass boy.
The star is, as you had stated, you do not want to observe. You are headed right for an entrance. The star is going to lead you tucking away nearby a nearby alleyway. You are right next to the wall of Nimble's automation. This structure right in front of you is Nimble automation. The star looks down south here. Sees a towering construct, plated in white, painted adamantine armor. It sits at the ready, the sword not lowered. Stands guard. Star will tell you. That one is guarding the entrance into the machinery room. There is another just around the corner, an entrance. You can hear the voice of the automaton ring out from the north. As it stands. Mind your step. Mind your step. Rushing of the ground. Continue on your way. And then you hear the voice ring out of the automaton once more. Unauthorized. And the blade extend. Can't see it, as it's around the corner of the north side of this building. But please, please! And then, crash of the sword, and the cries of a few people.
Alright.
Star reaches for the weapon and draws. Gar as well draws
Alright.
the weapons.
If we're going, I'm going to do the see invisibility and then give Balnor the haste speed.
Okay, so Maldor is getting a haste speed, and then you're using see invisibility, and then Thanos, you're both.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm using my gem of seeing. Yeah.
I will activate my tattoo to pull out my shield.
Okay,
Which
I'm
I
gonna go ahead.
already have equipped.
Okay, so I'm gonna have it paused here because I'm gonna put the gem of seeing is true sight to 120
I think
feet,
the
right?
effect might do that because there is an effect that I've had for a while that I just enable and disable.
Let's see.
It's weird.
Oh boy, no, it's just the attribute senses true sight.
It's
Okay.
weird.
I can configure it to give you true sight, but since the 120 feet is so long, I don't want it accidentally on. So
Yeah, that's fair.
I do want to manually apply this to your token. And then Varys, you're going to get 60 feet. Is it 60, right?
Yes. Well, it's just as far as I can see. So
I'm going to call it at 60 then, because that's where your dark vision is presented, if it comes to it.
okay.
But if you do see something invisible outside of that range, it will prompt you. Okay. And then Maldor, you have your shield.
Yep.
All right. Question is, the star turns, the weapon drawn. Do we go north or do we go south? Pick. Choose now.
North seems less crowded, or less casualties.
Wait, what? Isn't North where we just heard people get killed at?
Yeah,
That's
but there's
correct.
like a whole pile of people between us and the south one.
Well, we heard
Oh.
people get killed, so I think there's less people there now.
Right.
So
Yeah,
Well, they're
I
already
think
in danger, so we're
north.
not changing anything.
North is the call, I think.
Okay,
yeah, I think north.
that's fine.
All right. Go ahead and roll initiatives.
All right, coming in with these
Yeah.
shitty ass rolls today.
That's a Maldor initiative.
Oh. Hey, I finally rolled over a 10 for once.
Oh, I
I'm
should bring in
excited.
Linnea. Hold on.
Wait, why do you have advantage?
I have a ring
Oh,
of
it has a
warning.
warning. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Wait, do I have a ring of warning? No,
Clearly
not
you
mistaken.
don't, because you would have had advantage.
Go ahead and roll Linnea's initiative. All right. Is
Can I move
everyone-
my initiative to after Maldor for no particular reason, but except he may have to save me at some point?
Yeah, so there is such a thing as dynamic initiative here, so you can always take a lower initiative value than what you rolled. So if that's the case, I can put you below Maldor.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking this through.
Anybody else?
I'm good.
Good.
Oh, of course, we're in the very back too. That's great.
So
Right, Bears?
we're going. So we're going up here, right? That's north.
That's
We're going
correct.
up.
That's what
Yeah.
the star said. We're going north or south.
I'm gonna move up,
Each
and when I
I,
see the automaton, I'm going to cast a banishment spell on it.
Okay.
Fact.
All right. So you're going to use banishment on the creature, and begin to take it to another plane of existence. This is where I have to look at the rulings again.
Yeah, if it's not from this plane, it will permanently disappear. If it is, then
Be back in 60 seconds.
yeah, it'll be back in a minute. But I mean, honestly, it's up to the group. This is just a way for us to either group up and hit it all at once, or for us to just bypass
Yeah, I
it.
say we just
entirely.
roll right past it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Deal with it later.
Genius.
Oh, I never had you make me my boots of speed. Damn it.
I
Yeah.
also
Sorry.
that you have to keep concentration on it for the full minute in order to keep it banished.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, as soon as that concentration ends, it comes back.
Yeah, but if we like get inside and close the doors, it may not know where we are either.
That'll end my turn.
Okay.
Am I good to end the turn?
I'm gonna end turns to try to
Okay.
avoid any additional errors. So, right, Ukar is going to run around, looks towards Uveris. Nice work.
Thank you.
Then is going to use their their bonus action to dash to come to here, and then they're going to use their action to embrace this door on the north side. They check it, does appear to be locked, so they will use their action here to unlock the door. $16. So Yukar look back towards Uveris.
Just a 16.
Footsteps.
Let's be real. How many people are gonna fuck with this guy's shop and stuff, man? Like,
You see as they
Yeah.
get to the door, give you the signal, Varys, that it is indeed unlocked. They then rotate, pulling their back, holding it to the wall, still under the seeming spell. They seem to put on a slight performance. Nothing is any different.
cool. Damn, door's all the way down there. Alright, I'm gonna dash. That's gonna be it.
Will end your turn. Take your up next.
I'm just gonna take a stroll down here, I guess. Oh my god, it is far away.
Yeah.
I will also dash. And my turn.
On your turn here, Linnea.
Alright, Linnea's gonna bust out the wings and fly. 20, 60. Then she will action dash and come hang out next to Ukar. And Yeah, that'll end your turn.
Okay.
Happen.
All good. Star is
Damn
as
it,
well
Adam.
going to dash. All right, Meldor.
Maldor is gonna pop the haste bead. It's his action. And head in. So he's got 60 feet. 50. Get you by here. And then he will hasted action dash and stack up on the door.
Okay.
And bonus action, nah, he's gonna save that. Yeah, that'll end his turn.
Well, on your turn for you here, Thanos.
I'm gonna come around the corner here. God, I'm so far away. I will. Oh, far away. I will bonus action step all the way up here.
Oh, God.
As you step, you see the construct. Magic has been detected. It stands and rotates itself.
Great.
Yeah, that's fine.
You can't take his turn to dash like everyone else did.
No, not. I will deal with the construct. That's fine. I'm just gonna shoot this thing. 'Cause-
Oh,
Or
yeah, you
not.
are. Yeah.
Wow.
You take the
Remember
bolt,
what
you
I
point
said
towards,
yesterday?
you fire off, takes its gauntlet. The bolt lands into the gauntlet.
That's crazy.
Dude.
Natural
Dude.
one.
Dude,
I quit. I used all of my good rolls yesterday. This is gonna be the entire day.
Oh,
This is terrible.
I can't believe you've done this.
That's the end of my turn.
We're gonna have to
Motherfucker got
fight
us.
this thing.
Motherfucker
For
got us
no
caught and then
reason.
Nat won twice.
Don't worry, I got this.
He's that drunk friend that goes and picks a fight with the biggest dude in the bar, and then you have to bail him out because he's fucking useless.
Wow.
At the end of your turn, you see Ukar looking towards you as you fire the bolts at the construct. Look. Or. And then they use the legendary action to go invisible.
Oh, he's gone.
Fucking fair enough, man.
I get it.
It's
The
understandable.
construct
Having his
moves
day.
20 feet, then lowers the arm down. The sword extends. Citizen, lay down your weapon. Magic. This wave kind of comes outwards from it, and a pulse pierces into your ears. Alert! Magic detected.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Oh,
my
It was so unnecessary.
I didn't even see that one over there. I was just like, okay, let me get to the door.
Oh my god.
I was gonna ready an action to shoot anything that was on the other side of the door.
And it takes a dash as it comes charging up. As it comes up, sword drawn.
When I know.
Ukar, you're up.
He left.
Oh, they left. Lukar left
Dropping
already?
Kara off real quick. Just gonna
Oh.
use turn to get as close into position to flank with Maldor.
Oh, he posted that in the session.
The chat.
Yeah, the
chat.
session chat. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't see that. Okay, so he's saying he just wants to dash to get as close to Maldor as possible?
Pretty much.
Yeah, I think he's just gonna fight with Adam.
15, 25.
Oh, dude, did he roll like the lowest?
Yeah.
He did.
He's going to get right
Oh, he
here
rolled a
next to the
1.
star. That's his action to dash. Shield of Faith maybe is a bonus.
Yeah,
he's
does
probably-
like that one.
Yeah, he'll probably haste himself, honestly.
Well, if he wants to action dash first, he didn't. He would have said he would have hasted.
Yeah. So I
That's-
just mean like his next turn might be haste, so I'd hate
Haste
to put a
and
concentration spell on him.
Okay, well we can retcon if he wants to do the Shield of Faith, but we can't retcon the haste because he said definitely dash, get to the Eldor. So.
Yeah, no, I just did. Yeah, I mean in terms of like having concentration already taken.
He did technically just say.
Sorry, I just mean use my turn to move. I'm not gonna haste.
Okay,
Can you
I
hear me?
moved. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
We moved you.
Yeah.
Shit's hitting the fan because Thanos used magic. So
Varys used magic
Yeah.
first, so there was no problem with him. Just
Varys
I'll be
saying.
back in my
was-
computer in 2 minutes.
Varys was so far away from that one that it was not able to detect magic, and also succeeded on banishing a creature that would otherwise report it.
Fair.
And no one used
Thank-
magic close to the creature, quite close like you did.
Thank
I also
Thanos.
didn't see the creature over there
Until you stepped, right?
until I stepped. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have we fought?
It was
these
around the
monsters?
corner, so like that wasn't my fault.
You've fought
see
a
that.
version of these constructs before.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Remember the ones that
Yeah,
blow
we
up?
fought the rusty ones.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can't really do anything to them. Like, as far as my spell list goes, so
It was what? No lightning, because lightning heals them.
and it's just too much of a. There's too many people around to throw a big spell, so.
I wouldn't have blocked the door if I realized we were about to pop off. The plan was to stack everybody up and then pop
Stack the
off.
door,
but-
yeah.
Yeah, that's why Uko was like, fucking horrible. Just like, visible.
Yeah.
He's like, fuck this shit, I'm out.
I mean, Varys is gonna get closer, I think. Probably like here. And then see if everyone goes inside or if we're fighting this thing. But he doesn't really have, like... His skill set doesn't really work if there's a bunch of, like, civilians around
Yeah.
constructs, so... he'll just end his turn here, then.
Okay, I'll go ahead and end it for you. You see his construct is following where Ukar is in the invisible state. This construct can see Ukar. Ukar then is going to appear. I'll end the invisibility because they don't get advantage because the creature can see. They then are going to take their weapons and go into a series of attacks. 29 hits. They pierce into the construct, dealing 16 points of piercing damage. They're also going to get a sneak attack off with the attack, dealing 26 total points of damage with the sneak. Next attack comes through with the same weapon, offhand as they come, swinging and missing. They then are going to bonus action disengage from the creature as they begin to curtail themselves slightly to get some distance away. Holding themselves into the interior of the courtyard, they then vocalize nearby the well, I would definitely get out of here right now. All of you, clear out! The yells. They brace the sword towards the construct. They hold their arms wide, using themselves maybe as a distraction of the creature to pull them away from the door so that you all can get it. Mayorship next.
Fantastic. He's gonna do that. I guess stack up and wait to enter. Aldor. I don't know, at least shoot it to help Ukar out with Eldritch Blast. If it works.
So are you gonna blast them or are you gonna hold it? What are you doing?
What can I hold to move in when everyone's ready, or?
You can't hold the movement, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's why I
so-
was like, yeah. So that'll have to be my next turn. So I'll at least shoot it.
Okay.
You.
All right, firing a blast. Natural 20.
Nice.
That is going to do 19 total points of force damage. Do you have repulsor? Can you push them back?
No, I don't.
That'd be fucking dope. It's just like bam, bam, floor,
Dude,
they
yeah.
flew.
No, I'm definitely thinking about that for my next one. All
All
right,
right,
and
so you have
then
multiple here to work
Yep.
with.
another one coming through. Wow,
Natural
that's
one.
fair.
The duality
Well,
of man.
Fair, yeah.
We are rolling today, man. 1-1, 21.
And then last one.
11 is going to be a
Yeah,
miss.
these dice feel rigged.
They feel rigged.
What do you mean?
Scripting.
They were so good last night. Now they're so bad.
All right, so you
That's
send
fun.
out 3 blasts, 2 missing, 1 landing critical in the back. Creature now turns, braces its arm for the next 2. Bam, bam, as they strike into the heavy plated gauntlet. Are you going to end your turn?
Should be enough movement for you guys to squeak in if I stay here. So yeah.
Okay. You're going to
here.
end your turn there. You hear the trunking and movement of heavy plated steps emanating east of your current position, coming exactly where you were originally. Tegan, you're up next.
Okay. Um. I think we're past the point of being quiet. So I'm gonna shatter
Okay.
the one that is in front of us here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so you're going to land a shatter here. They are going to fail with disadvantage, succumb to 11 points of thunder damage as it extends and explodes.
And then I will give Bardic Inspiration to Maldor.
Okay.
Which I don't know if I have on my HUD anymore, which is weird.
Well, when we go through updates on your character sheets for the automation, it could have replaced, and then it just doesn't automatically populate, so you might need to add it back on.
Gotcha.
Last night there was some issues with Bardic Inspiration in terms of the rule stuff, so good because of the latest update to it. It's just not working quite right. I should still be able to
Yeah,
find
also,
it. Should still be able to find it in your features tab.
yeah. And I'll also activate my gift on Maldor.
Okay. Go ahead and activate your gift as well.
Feeling very inspired.
Buff the fighter. Buff the fighter.
Maldor, kill it, please. I don't want to die again.
It's fair.
Anything else for your turn?
Nope, a little bit.
All right, we're going to go ahead and end your turn. Before we get to Linnea here, Ukar is going to use a legendary action to do what's referred to as a legendary disengage and move 10 feet. Take the disengage as a legendary. Linnea, you're up.
She is going to cast Crusader's Mantle. It's effectively a D4 of radiant to everybody within 30 feet on weapon attacks.
Well, it should work. I think it's set up properly. If not, we'll just main and roll. So.
And yeah, she's just gonna sit tight since this thing's in her aggro range. That'll end her turn.
Okay, we'll go ahead and end turn there for you. You hear the crushing and the steps of another automaton begins to emerge in perspective to Ukar. Comes right towards them. It's a dash to get there. Now come to Vistar. Vistar draws the blade and is going to move using difficult terrain to move between sides, and is going to draw their weapon as they brace themselves. They do not light their weapon in flame, suggesting they have experience with this creature. 10 is going to be a miss on their first attack. They're going to come in for a second attack, which is going to be a 13, both of which missing as they come striking through. They then are going to use a bonus action and put a Shield of Faith on themselves. I'm not going to put down the Aura of Protection and the stacking abilities of Protection and Courage, because, Lucar, you already have those conditions there. Just be mindful that we'll manually do that if you're around the star, because they do offer a +2 around them to saving throws. As the end of a star's turn, unable to land any sort of blows to the construct. Maldor, you're up.
Lost Tegan.
Nope.
Oh, he did say he had to go right
Brandon,
at.
yeah, Brandon had to
yeah.
go.
That's right, we're at 3. Okay. I guess that's... We can end it there? Or we want to go through...
That's
we
fine.
can...
It's up to you
Go
guys.
through-
I'm here. I'm back at my computer now.
All right,
Oh.
we'll do Maldor, Thanos, and then we'll have Lucar, and then the top of the round. We'll stop at the top of the round. So go ahead, Maldor.
Sounds good.
Okay. Well, I can't actually get to that thing now, so I'm still blocking the door. So he's gonna open the door.
See a construct
Motherfucker.
staying there.
Oh, boy.
Intruders!
Of course. Yeah. Well, he will step in then.
Alright.
Well, I was hoping to get in further before that happened. And he will try to do some work. Oh, you know what? These things have stupid AC. Let me
Turn off great weapon.
turn that off. And yeah.
23 is going to connect. You are going to deal 24 points of slashing and radiant damage as you come across. Takes a stagger back. Continues to crush.
Second attack.
Second attack will hit, dealing 24.
Hasted attack. Oof.
And natural 1. The haste attack. As it lowers the gauntlet down, parries the blow. It moves from left to right as it drops its shoulder to parry your attack.
Bonus action. Summon the Echo. And he will use an Unleash Incarnation. Specials. There it is.
.21 is going to hit. 22. Takes some back left of the leg. Still stand tall.
And that will end his turn.
Okay. I do want to say you do have some space to work with here. You can occupy this space if you wish to be halfway from the shelf
okay.
and the planter.
Yeah.
This is also just a lounge kind of bench here. You could also stand on that. The ceiling height of the structure is massive, most likely because it's like a factory, but also it's a little bit of a shop, right? And so you're kind of in the entry or the hallway that goes between the number of rooms and the number of things. So it has a nice runner in, the colors of Nibbles automation, like that red and gold. And so this is a little bit of a kind of an entryway, if you will, from one of the entrances into the establishment. So anything else for your turn?
No, that'll end his turn.
All right, ending turn. Thanos, you're up next.
We're gonna pretend like that last couple shots didn't happen.
No, we saw.
30 is going to
No.
land. 16.
Second attack
27 hits. 18.
and bonus action hand crossbow expert.
15. Lowers the shoulder down. Takes the bolt. Unable to penetrate through its thick armor.
All right, I'm gonna step here just so I can see. Oh, okay, yeah. I'm gonna walk
Yeah.
over here.
Dude,
No.
he opened that door, and I was thinking maybe we have a little bit of room. No.
No,
That motherfucker's right there.
I was wondering why Joey got so upset when he opened the door.
Alright,
Oh,
uh,
yeah.
I have
Oh,
no idea what's going on in there. So
I will end my turn right here.
All right, ending your turn there.
he was like, "Fuck, shit."
Now comes to the
Yeah.
construct,
What happened
construct
in there?
face with targets in front of him. Lower your weapons. Cease and desist. In order of Clan Gilgal. The sword extends. They're going to come in for 2 attacks with their sword, one of which goes towards Vistar. Vistar is going to get hit for 25 and take 28 points of slashing damage, succeeding on their concentration. Second sword strike is going to come through on Linnea. Linnea is going to hit for a 24, takes 14 points of slashing damage, prompts you for a con save for the Crusader's Mantle. Succeeding with an 11, and then is going to go for a slam attack with the offhand. That's in the direction of Vistar. It lands a 30 against them, crushing down for 20 points of bludgeoning damage. Vistar, Shield of Faith ends, takes the blow, faltering down to the side. Sees the construct is standing tall, the blade crushing down. Is continuing to repeat the same phrasing. Cease and desist, citizen. Lucar, you are up next.
Okay, I'm gonna take, let's see, 15 feet to here. See what I'm dealing with. Alright, I'm gonna Misty Step.
So once
Holy
you
shit, I
use it,
forgot you had
you'll be
that.
able to click where you want to go. So just click where you want to go. Oh, not inside. Okay.
Oh, I thought he was gonna go help Maldor.
Maldor's a big boy.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of thought Vistar had that, and he got absolutely slapped. So
Yeah.
it's probably a good
Yeah, my dragon
Right there.
needs some help, man.
Fair, yeah.
Needs some help.
The star walked up like he was about to do some shit and didn't do anything.
The star doesn't
Oh,
fight
yeah.
constructs.
Yeah.
The star fights
Really?
undead. They're tailored to fight undead.
Alright.
All right,
Yeah,
so
better,
that is going to be a critical. However, the creature is immune to critical hits from the adamantine. So as you're coming through here and swinging, just be mindful of that.
But it's not immune to my critical radiant, right?
It's immune to all critical damage. So anything that
Oh.
will crit is going to be immune. So if it's any sort of added-on damage, it basically nullifies any crit.
Roger.
All right, so 25 is going to come through. So your radiant damage normally is still going to come through against the creature. Your weapon is also magical, so as it cuts through, it's able to cleave into the back left of its pauldron. I noticed here was conversation about immunities and things. This creature is not like the Blood Knights. When you face them as well, that's also. You had a conversation of lightning or fire as well. I'll also remind you as we kind of die down, it was fire. That was what you did not want to use against them, not lightning. Okay? So
Yeah.
you're cutting through at the back right other side. You can see oil coming through from numerous sorts of piping that you've crushed in with the sword. And it's kind of wailing from side to side. 26 is going to hit. And that with the Divine Smite will do 41. Kind of falters down to one knee. Sword jabs to the ground. Continues to rise. Powered.
That be it?
All right, go ahead and end your turn. Oh, I'll end it. Sorry.
I thought you were
Oh,
ending.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I forgot.
I thought so too, but he told me to, so I did it anyways.
Oh, okay. All right, we now come to the construct inside. It's hard, man. It's hard.
yeah.
Come to the construct inside here. They're going to go for a multi-attack on you, Maldor.
You got this, buddy.
2 sword strikes towards you. Here. Preemptively shielding. I like it. 25 is going to be a miss. 21 will also be a miss. And then the last attack will be a slam attack towards your Echo. And it's going to crush down upon them. And destroy
No,
them.
Echo.
I'm sorry, did a 25 just miss you? Is that what I just heard?
Yeah.
Yes.
Fucking Christ.
He's
has a-
shielded. He's
He has
probably
a
got
third.
like
He has a
32 AC.
32 AC. right now.
Jesus
Fucking
Christ.
Alright.
ridiculous.
I would have to crit to hit you. That's fucking
All
insane.
right, that's going to go ahead and conclude our session for today.
That was fun.
Hopefully everyone had a good time. Nice job, Thanos. Yet again. Somehow,
fuck,
dude.
Thanos?
I don't know. You got the plague,
I set
man.
the team up so perfectly.
Dude, I thought we were gonna
Yeah.
be like
You
rainbows
literally-
and
all you
son of a
had-
bitch,
right in there,
just
yeah.
like,
Yeah.
like yep.
Yeah. Didn't have to do anything. Didn't have to do anything. I mean,
Peyton hit a
Ugar
beautiful
didn't even
damage.
do magic. Ugar just dashed and then lockpicked and then acted like none the wiser. Everything was fine. Didn't use any magic. Didn't use any sort of attacks. Nothing. Varys,
Yeah, some of us
first
don't have
round,
bonus
comes
action
around the corner,
dashes.
bam, pops someone, goes, go, go, go. And then you, Thanos, are like, warping through space, reappearing. Yeah, I'm so fucking cool.
Dude, I had a feeling before Michael even said anything. When he did that, I was like, "Uh-oh!" I was like, "He's gonna
You know-
hear that." I
Yeah,
think.
But I literally went, "There's no need. There's no need. We're all dashing up to this door, and we're just gonna go inside. Like, why are we doing this?"
It was just like, "I want to level up."
There's
I need
there's
that.
literally a humble,
that XP.
a humble citizen that is here that they're checking papers. It's like Nazi Germany. They're checking papers right now. The guy, I hold to the paper. Not authorized. Bam, dead. Instant on the spot. They are alert. They're aware. They're watching for anything, man. You damn well know that the Tinkerer is going to be watching for any fucking magic that someone uses around this area, because that's what would be able to infiltrate into their nest.
He's got all. He's got all.
Maybe I want the Tinkerer to know I'm here.
He's
I'm
gonna
just
Damn.
saying.
pop out. He's gonna pop
You
out,
know-
pop his collar. He's like, "I'm here."
The last
Well,
one
you know
we
what?
had-
How about you fight this golem, the one that you attracted, all on your own, and we'll just go inside.
It's
I would have been
almost
fine
dead.
with
It's
that.
almost
Yeah.
dead.
Everyone's already
Russian.
put in all the work into it. He's
Crushing
every
this
shot.
fucking thing.
Yeah.
What? I just hit 3 of them, or 2 of them. Chill.
All right, fine.
No,
you
the
hit
most
two.
wild part
that was
too
the
is
cream
you're
on
like-
top.
You're like,
Yeah.
yes, I've attracted him. Now let me take my shots.
I've
Natural
got it.
one. Natural one.
I've got it.
The double nat 1 is what really sealed it for me. I
Yeah.
was like, yeah, this was bound to fail.
I'm over here. Varys is over here like, what the fuck? And then now I can't cast any of my spells. Because
Honestly, it was it was kind of a waste of banishment at that point, because you might as well
Because
just.
banishment was such a good move.
It was,
really
yeah,
was.
it was such a good
Clutch.
move. It was such a clutch move, but now it's like kind of pointless, because you might as well have pinioned them a
We're
little
just
bit.
fighting them all in the street. Yeah.
Yeah, one at a
taking
time.
The heat off of me, Deuce. I appreciate it.
No, it's all good, Joey. This session was my turn. Next session, it's your turn.
No, I'm gonna give it to Peyton next turn.
Give it to Peyton.
I mean, it looks like very small corridors, so Peyton may have some hard times with this new like geometry shit with the fireballs. So good luck.
I
don't
think
use
both of the
fire.
last
I don't
two
have
fights
the spell
used.
prepared.
Oh,
I learned my
lightning
lesson.
bolt. Still, same thing.
Didn't prepare that one either.
Oh,
It's
well.
we'll be good. It'll all work out, right, guys?
Everything's gonna
No.
be fine. Come
Nothing
on.
will be fine.
No, when I said I
Nothing's
don't
fine.
have that one prepared either, Deuce is like, huh?
Yeah. Wait, what? What
Wait,
fucking
what?
damage spells do you have prepared?
A lot of gravity shit.
I guess you do have a lot of spell slots now.
Well, I have a staff too. Like, I don't.
All right.
I
If you're watching the
I
stream,
use
thanks
the
so much.
Oh yeah.
We really
Bye,
appreciate it.
chat.
Hope you join us
Bye, chat.
next week, Saturday at 11 a.m. PST. You can also check out the next group playing at 4 p.m. PST. If I'm gonna go check on the situation here in the home front, if things are panning out. So appreciate you all watching. Thanks so much, and see you later. Bye.
Thanks for running, Michael.
Bye.
Bye.
Session.